good morning, everyone.
Hello.
How's everyone today? That's great. We're here in the morning with K72.M. Get fucked.
You're trying.
On your way to work today.
You're absolutely trying.
Go to hell.
Let the record show that you showed up.
All right, we got NSYNC albums that I stole from the last CD store in existence.
Is that the most
I don't know what
current
the kids
reference
listen to
you
now,
can go
man.
NSYNC.
Well, okay, what's a band?
All right, let's here. All right. You know what? There you go.
Volta Mars. No, that's wrong. That's a combination
That's
of two
cute.
different bands.
That's a thing I like that I might have said once that you heard, and you're putting those words together.
No, it's
the Mars Volta, but that's also very dated. Very dated. Very dated. This is entertaining.
Oh, I was thinking of Bruno Mars, actually.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Okay, because I've talked about the Mars Volta, but
He made a. Is he? No.
this is hilarious.
What's the deal with
the Mars Volta?
The new albums.
I mean, they do half an hour songs and they just kind of crush it for a really long time on stage, and it's great. You should check out Elvia Vasquez. It's a really good song. But if you're trying to get more modern and contemporary, let's go. Let's get your best effort here.
When I was in the car, my dad would just put on like Q92, which was the fucking
Q92
oldies.
Montreal.
And it's like
Oldies 990.
Oh, sorry, Oldies 990. So
Don't fuck
I'm
it
more
up.
familiar with like the Beatles and the Monkees than anything else.
Oldies 990 played Celine though. So
Well, here's the thing. It depends when you were listening to it, because they would always go 40 years in the past, and as we all know, Celine is 40 years ago.
she's one of those stopped in time people.
Yes, in that you went stop in time.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get some. If you wanna sound remotely like, okay, well here, let's phrase it in a way where you'll pay attention. If you want to make people facepalm and upset everybody
Every time.
by knowing something actually accurate in like or an approximation of it, like your dab.
An approximation of accuracy.
Yeah, so you know how you don't cover your face when you dab, and it makes it worse, therefore better, because everyone who sees it kind of dies a little bit.
Oh, is that a thing?
Otherwise,
I'm not doing that on purpose. I just.
Oh, really?
You are supposed to cover your face during a dab? My plan is successful. My plan is super working.
You're not kidding.
No, I am not kidding.
The whole point.
Wooly, the whole point of me dabbing is to
ruin it.
Is to cringe everybody out the room.
Right.
And
you're literally trying to ruin it. So therefore, you ruin it because you're trying to do it in the worst possible way.
No, for me, I'm doing it in maximum ignorance, which I just assume will be the worst possible way.
Okay, so the whole point is to cover your face, right?
Why?
But like, you might have seen that meme of the kid who's dabbing and then underneath his dab he's crying.
Okay.
You've seen that one?
I have not, but that sounds really funny.
Really?
No, man.
Oh my god.
I've discovered every time me and you talk about like social media and or the internet, I feel like you and I are on different internets.
I mean, sort of, because there's also black internet.
Yeah.
But beyond black internet.
On that side of the
no,
internet
but you know, I mean, like fucking Eli was browsing black internet. I'm like, why are you on black internet?
Because he lives in Kentucky.
I'm like, what are you doing?
he can browse and do whatever he wants.
Black Twitter is there, but that's not the point. That's not the difference, because we're still primarily on fucking dumb YouTuber video game Twitter.
That's true,
right? It's
which, as we all know, is the worst Twitter.
It is that, right?
We all know this.
And you know, you don't always have to swipe over to current events to see what's happening.
I avoid doing that as much as I possibly can.
But here's how I know that you are exposed to the modern. You get in an Uber.
I do. I have gotten an Uber.
And the Ubers often have the music play.
Oh, that brain part, turn off.
But when you hear the same thing even if you love or hate it a number of times.
No, that brain part turn off.
It's gonna commit. It's gonna scratch into the fucking hard drive. You know?
No.
Really?
No.
No. Like, how long before you didn't listen to NSYNC, but then it was around you enough that eventually it kicked in and
people were playing that shit non-stop.
And you know what people play now?
What's that?
Billie Eilish.
Oh, I know Billie Eilish.
Or The Weeknd.
I think the funniest thing about me and Billie Eilish is that the first time I ever heard about Billie Eilish, it was a Seth Everman video about how to cover Billie Eilish's Bad Guy with, like, his couch furniture.
Okay.
And I went, does the song really sound like that? That's weird.
Okay.
And
Well,
I didn't get the joke.
Well, she's in it. That's an example of where it's at nowadays. And also because, like, I think, yeah, she's doing the new 007 song.
Yes.
So there. You know that's a thing. So there you go.
Aha.
So you don't have to say your NSYNC when you
that
know
first Evanescence album had some decent songs on it.
Right. Okay. So
I gave you that CD if I remember correctly. And then you listened to it and you said, "What if that girl has a really pretty voice? Imagine if she was singing about anything that mattered."
Yeah.
Bringing you decade-old Evanescence pirate CD reviews.
If that was my take, that was a pretty good take back then. Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with that. However, bit destroyed because there we go. We've cut right to the heart of it. That is in there. You're swerving around what you know to get to, the thing that'll get the most out of people.
You're
Kaufman on the stage.
I am so what do you call it? I'm so out of my depth on popular and current music that I make an attempt to swerve away because everything I say will be wrong.
But you're not. You're deliberately swerving away.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, but it's not that it's not that the rest of the road isn't there and that your road leads to
the only time I actually encounter popular music is in an Uber, at which point it doesn't sink in because I can't remember a song unless I get a title.
I'm saying
and like Paige listening to music on her phone. Like that's it. That's literally it.
I'm saying you're Kaufman on stage reading The Great Gatsby.
You read The Great Gatsby on stage?
That was the book he pulled out.
That doesn't seem like the kind of thing for his bit with the children's song.
To be perfectly honest, it doesn't matter what book you pull out on stage. If you start reading it and it has more than 10 pages, the effect is felt.
That's true.
If I could fucking go up there and read Danganronpa episode 0.
Which you would do.
And after a solid 10 minutes, you're gonna start getting the reaction that he got, which is, what are we doing here? What is this?
Yo, this sucks. Get off the stage.
It's like, oh.
I see.
Anti-humor.
Was anti-humor really invented all the way back in like the 60s, 70s?
I mean, I don't know if I'm labeling it correctly. I thought that's what it was called. If you go to the wiki definition of it, it might be something else. Right. But whether you call it that or the whatever else, it's the idea of, like, the joke is that, the audience hates it and the joke isn't funny.
I feel like
that's why it's funny.
I feel like
if he enjoys it.
The worst application of anti-humor was back when I was in high school, and anti-humor was all the rage, but it was mainly being used to cover completely failed jokes. So, man would tell joke would go very wrong, and everyone would stare, and they were like, "Did you get it? It's anti-humor. It's not supposed to be funny." And then they would turn away, and a single tear would roll down their cheek because it wasn't anti-humor. It was genuine.
Yeah. No, that's not how you do it. I learned from more than enough comedian episodes, whether in radio or podcast form, that you go for the joke, and then the joke bombs, and then everyone acknowledges the bomb.
And you go,
fuck whatever the joke was. You're now an asshole for attempting.
Reminds me of Bill Burr.
Sure.
A sequence in which he starts talking about Rihanna and about beating women, and the crowd just goes dead. the crowd just goes completely dead.
Yeah.
And he points out, look how uncomfortable the room is right now. You're all about ready to jump me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like it is so like even through a screen it's so palpable. Like Bill,
Yeah.
Bill, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. No, I like when you know, I mean, and like again, if Patrice was in the room, he rips you open, right? But like I like when the attempt is made and then there's like a dead pause and then the comedian just goes, nothing? No one? Nothing?
Nobody? All right.
Nothing at all? Really?
All right. Next on the bit.
Hey, well, you know. It's so earnest.
You know, I feel bad for the what I don't know what I'd call it, like the essayist, like the crafter comedian. You know, the guy like the Seinfeld who will like work on a joke for like 18 months, right, and craft it and sculpt it and make the perfect gag. And I remember watching Mitch Hedberg, who is blazed and barely visible on stage,
or
going,
Stephen
"Hey, I went to Target the other day. I tried to walk in, but I missed." And everybody goes, "Oh man, jeez."
Set up punch.
And it's like it's 110% delivery. There's no content to any Mitch Hedberg joke.
Yeah, and I mean that's that's what he like again like that's his style, right? There's a couple others that do that, but it's interesting when you listen to a lot of different stand-ups where they talk about how there's a point a couple years in where you realize that if you just want to go up on stage and get people to laugh at you, you actually can just do that anytime easily. But if you want to get people to like die and like never forget the bit you talked about, you have to like craft it and do that thing where you tell a couple versions of it where it sucks until you find the exact wording and the exact timing and the exact phrasing for it to explode in most new audiences' ears, you know. And it is true, like you grab a couple of like Mitch Hedberg again, like you grab a couple of your favorite ones, you know, like everyone's got like
they're non-humor, like they're fucking there's nothing to them.
Yeah, you know, when he talks about like putting a frog in a glass bottle and he says, I'm going to give it a twig and a leaf to recreate its natural habitat. It's delivery.
Yeah.
You know, but again, the big setup to punch that is like
bring you along on a story.
Yeah, that like you that it lands that much.
It's like harder. I'm there in the moment.
Absolutely, it's a fucking absolutely, like it's nuclear, you know, and it's a bigger impact. So it's a craft that like comedians appreciate more and more.
I don't think I've ever had a chance to talk about this particular thing on the podcast, and it's not that long or important, but I do want to say that my most respect of any comedian, comic, writer, anything goes to people like Rodney Dangerfield and Rip Taylor. People who had comedy careers of 40 plus years and they're working the whole time and they're like, I'm going to do one joke my whole life. And I'm going to very, very slightly vary it up.
Guess what?
What?
Rodney Dangerfield did not do that. Rodney Dangerfield was a traditional comic that had literally he only got anywhere later in his life because he started later in comedy to begin with. He wasn't doing it his entire life.
Yeah.
Rodney started late, and two, when he first came up, he didn't have that angle.
Okay.
He had to figure it out.
All right, well, kick Rodney off the list. I'm just going to talk about how much I love Rip Taylor.
Yeah,
but how that man has made throwing confetti at people the best thing in the world for 80, 100 years.
I mean, once he figured out no respect, it was all classic from there, you know? But he had to figure it out, right? And it's interesting how like when you find out the stories behind a lot of these huge acts where like it's almost like a character act or like a particular gimmick in a way, because finding out that wasn't always there is super weird. With Rodney, it's almost you don't want to see it. You don't want to see him go up there and not be that guy.
I mean, you ever see Gilbert Gottfried talk with his real fucking voice?
Okay, well,
it's nightmarish.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
It's just some regular jack off. He's just
Okay.
hey guys, what's going on?
I mean, he does a podcast though, so you can hear him talking, and it is his voice, but there is the microphone play up version.
Yeah.
That's gonna be me presenting the aristocrats, right? That's what he's doing on stage. But like, if he's doing the podcast, it's still that, but it's just not enunciating at that exact volume, right? But the biggest one is Andrew Dice Clay, right? The Dice Man was a character that was not actually him. And like Andrew Clay would go up and just do his like his straight up whatever random little bits, and then he'd be like kind of like doing Elvis impersonations and things like that. And then one of his characters was, oh, the Dice Man, hickory dickory dock, you know, like all that shit. Jack and Jill went up the hill. They each had 25 cents. Jill came down with 50 cents. She needed the money. Oh, right? Like, that shit hit so hard when he did it as that character that he literally went, oh, this is my best material.
I must now transform.
I am now going to do this on stage all the time. So the whole hour became the Dice Man, right? And then eventually the hour becomes the Dice Man. Well, you might as well put the glove and leather jacket and shades on and become the Dice Man.
I think that at that point you're legally obligated to never take the character off.
And then he never took the character off.
Yeah.
Because off stage, he became the Dice Man.
That's so weird.
And he literally started acting that way and being that way. And like,
is there like a note somewhere like, help me, I'm in this dice hell?
It super totally is exactly what happened. He started being that obnoxious guy just throughout life, and it was what he was known for, so he leaned into it.
That's
you know?
Bizarre.
What was the other one? Fucking Pauly Shore.
Yeah.
Same thing. Pauly Shore did normal comedy, right? Like Mitzi Shore, like owned the like a super famous comedy joint, and like he was doing regular comedy, and then the Weasel, right? The Weasel was a character.
Jesus.
The character got popular. He became the Weasel, and then every movie he did was that. You know, Larry the Cable Guy, same shit.
Can we just get a new Hollywood Squares so like I can find out about new celebrities? I was just thinking about this. I'm like, because my brain then jumped from these people to Bobcat Goldthwait.
Yeah.
And I'm like, was Bobcat a kid? Probably.
Setting the chair on fire on the Tonight Show and whatever.
And then I'm like, I don't know who. Fuck them.
Okay, but like the problem with that is that you don't need it, Hollywood Squares, to tell you about new people. They already exist, and who those people are is every time you see a Twitter moment about a name you've never heard of, and then you're like, what is this? And you click on it, and it says they're followed by 7 million people.
And I go, oh.
And you're looking for the YouTube link.
Yeah.
And there's none. There's no YouTube link. There's no link to an Instagram.
And
there's nothing. You're like,
what is this non-influencer form of fame? I do not understand it anymore.
That is exactly what you're describing.
Oh, I hate it.
You know, and then you have to find out, like, down the line, like, oh yeah, well they dated a musician, and then they were also like, I don't know, in a movie somewhere.
I might be unpopular if I say this amongst many people, but when I see trending in my internet window rumors of so-and-so on a date with blah blah blah, everyone who wrote that and reads that can go die.
Yeah, well, you know,
oh my, like
it's pretty terrible.
Like tabloid gossip and or like, oh, what's whoever's new house like fucking go to hell.
Yeah, it's awful. Everything to do with royal family bullshit is infuriating on a deep level.
I can't even talk about the royal family on this podcast because every time I do, I get real heated and say real stupid shit.
Okay, well,
I have family that were like, oh, the royal family is so noble, and I was like, Grandma, I don't know about that.
Yeah, who's her favorite royal? Is it Prince Andrew?
I don't know.
He likes pizza,
so I can't ask Grandma's ashes who her favorite royal was.
Find out who your favorite royal is. Listen. So the deal is that that shit is garbage, and obviously, guess what? The Enquirer, National Enquirer, and shit has been making money off of it before the internet for years. So why wouldn't it work committed to a digital format?
I ran into the most astonishing. This is the perfect encapsulation. When I was a young man, even though I hate the royals, I will admit that the Princess Di going out in that car crash was pretty tragic, right? Getting away from the paparazzi. All that shit. And I knew someone who bawled their eyes out over the Princess Diana thing. And it was like, it's so terrible, I can't believe it. And then we were walking somewhere, and they saw a copy of National Enquirer that was covering the car crash, and ran over and picked it up and bought it and read it cover to cover because they had to know.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at them and I'm like, you totally had a part in killing that lady. And they got very upset with me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Very upset.
That's a bit of a high concept for somebody that is running over to grab that paper.
Also, I think I'm 10 at this point.
Oh, wow.
Well, because think back how long ago that was.
Yeah.
And I even
but that's a very advanced conclusion to draw as a 10-year-old.
Yeah. But I was like grossed out by that shit. I'm like, people who...
Congratulations.
I was like, people who sold those pictures...
You figured that out before your balls dropped. Congratulations.
I don't know if they dropped still.
Well,
it's unclear.
That's a very advanced concept, and the person who got burnt by that should feel roasted.
It was an adult.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's you're rubbernecking in print form.
Yeah.
That is that's one of the fucking most garbage ones. And then the fact that like all these years later it continues to be a thing because of all the marriages going on and whatever, and you're just like, dear God, right? And for some reason, whenever something pops off, it's like whenever there's like shit where it's like, hey, Twitter has curated for you whatever you
oh yeah, did it?
Yeah, and you turn that shit off, and then it's like, okay, but the only thing that matters right now on Earth is what is happening with this baby, though.
Oh, yes.
So it doesn't matter whether you turn it on or off. This is what we're pushing at you. Pretty fucking gross. The fact that I even know that the younger of the two decided to step back from the royal family is like, I don't need that information. I don't care.
Isn't it important to you?
You know what? The one thing that I will say, and I'm like, this, like, I didn't care anything about knowing this, but seeing it also just like doubles down all these feelings we're discussing. Is there was a giant picture that was a side-by-side of articles written about the older Prince's wife and the younger one. So Kate versus Meghan.
Okay.
Right? And it was literally like, there's shit where it's just like, are these photos of Kate showing like, these photos of Kate with her hand on her pregnant stomach show how much she's already in love with her kid.
Yeah.
And then the Meghan version is just like, hand on pregnant stomach. It's all about me. Selfish.
Well, it's an entire
You're right. It's an selfish gesture. Bad
industry built on inferring bullshit from nothing.
It was wild because they actually had like 20 different topics side by side of the exact same thing. But when Kate did it, it was
very
marvelous.
bad.
It was spectacular. But when Meghan did it, it was horrible. She's ruining everything. Right? This American coming over and bringing her, who knows what.
I forget.
Her mixed ways.
I forget what it was. I forget. It might be like an ancient...
I don't know.
It might be an ancient Vice
I
video.
don't get it.
But journalists went down to Hollywood for a little experiment and would pick random paparazzo and just start videotaping them while they were like hanging out outside of celebrity houses and following them around. And 201, they all started going crazy within like an hour.
Yeah.
And just freaking out and
Yeah.
getting violent. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh, you're all just as garbage as I thought you were.
So
how wonderful is that? Judgment, like guilt-free judgment.
Oh yeah. And then I followed all of these things like to the point where there was like a logical conclusion you have to draw, because you see moments where there's like there's really great ones where I forget who it was. I think it was like Chris Rock, or it was either Chris Rock or Seinfeld, or one of a famous comedian that kind of had a moment of, or it might have been Chappelle even, whatever. But they were just having a candid moment of just like, hey, what's up, guys? What's going on? You know, and they're just like, oh, not much. Click, 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 anything or whatever. And it's just like, nah. And it's like, hey, you, what's going on? Like, talk to me. How's your kids? How's your life going? You know, like just having this kind of moment with them, because it's like there's nothing else you can really do.
Yeah.
And we've seen the other version of it where like someone gets mad enough where you're taking pictures of their kids,
and I'm gonna smash your camera.
I'm gonna smash your camera.
Or
at which point, then you've got them lawyered up to the nines, so they can fucking like, oh, the debris from the camera hit me in the ankle, which means I can't walk, which means I can't work. Therefore,
yada, yada.
Lawsuit to the infinity, right? And anyway, it just, you take it to the logical conclusion of just like, obviously if those people get followed by people, right, they're gonna hate it. Obviously they don't want the same thing turned back on them, but like, you know, it's not a mystery to point out the grossness of like what they're doing for the paycheck they receive for those photos.
Yeah,
because like, people rob and kill people.
That's true.
Do you know what I mean?
I am aware.
So like, it's just you just have to go right. You're amongst.
I think that's what
trash.
I think there's a specific like little box in society that we live in, by the way, with professions that are technically legal, right? So everything that is obviously, clearly, morally wrong by almost anyone's personal standard, but not explicitly against the law. So they get a pass.
Yeah, you're vulturing.
Yeah.
Vulturing is not actually like harmful in a direct, provable manner in the court of law. Therefore, the vulture can, as long as they're not trespassing on your property, stand as far back as they want and use their sniper scope to take a picture of you in your fucking house.
It's bleaching your asshole.
Yeah.
It's like, what a scoop.
What shade of bleach did he use?
This is a real scandal because, this person's actually sponsored by Baby's brand bleach asshole, but they were using Spicy brand bleached asshole. This is a huge scandal.
How many creases, how many folds can we see? Get that lens out. Yeah.
This picture's worthless. I can't see a single crease.
And I want to say, like, there was a world record for the most expensive paparazzi photo that had to do with the royals that was like in the multi-millions.
Yeah, I think it was some bullshit where they had to use like a fucking hyper telescope to like zoom in over a wall or some
yeah, I don't know what it was, whether it was a wedding photo or something. I don't know what it was, but it was something. And they were just like, yeah, this just shattered all records because there was a newspaper that was willing to shell this kind of money out for it. Therefore, just completely like,
listen, man, I'm not
validating
I'm not a
culture.
bad guy. If there was no demand, I wouldn't have to get this shit.
No, it's the price they pay, right? I wouldn't be a vulture if you guys didn't buy it. Vulture culture. And then the newspaper that's like, especially when it's a newspaper that's like the integrity of journalism. That's like, fucking running up these screenshots of like random person. If we don't like you, here's a picture of you with your mouth open.
Oh man, every photo of you with your mouth open looks like garbage, man.
The first time I saw those was back in the day when I was walking. I was going down to the metro to go to school. And I remember seeing, like, they had pictures of Jean Chrétien, who was, like, the former Prime Minister of Canada, like, a couple steps ago.
Trudeau, Harper, Martin, then Chrétien. So he's a while back.
He's a while back.
He was when we were 10 to 20, I want to say.
Not even 20. Like, yeah, like
5 to 15.
Early years, yeah. But I remember just seeing pictures of him mid-speech going like, ah!
So,
you know?
let's get some context, because you're all going to try and Google Jean Chrétien. Jean Chrétien was old as fuck, and he was a stroke survivor.
Yeah.
And he was from bumfuck nowhere up
Yeah.
north in Quebec.
Yeah.
So this was a French-ass
Yeah.
old man with a busted fucking face who you could barely understand. Every photo of him looked like shit.
Exactly. Also, they're going to try to Google him because you got to spell it.
And then you had like the moments where he was doing the thing that you do with any politician, and he looked like a fucking deranged psychopath.
But he is a stroke victim.
Yeah.
So it was extra fucked up.
Yeah.
But they were like,
Do you remember that fucking ad they ran? This is normally not the kind of thing I would bring up, but we're talking 10-plus-year-old Canadian politics. When the fucking Tories ran that motherfucking ad.
what's a Tory?
A Tory is a conservative thing.
Yes.
But anyway, they ran this ad of fucking Chrétien in full stroke face.
Yeah.
And just like, "Arr!" He was yelling at a protester or some
Sure.
shit, and he had it
Yeah.
just pointing. And it's like, is this the way you want your prime minister to look to everyone? And it was up for like a day.
Yeah.
Before,
Yeah, yeah.
everyone on the planet
Before-
was like, that man had a stroke, you motherfucking piece of shit. What
Yeah.
the fuck is wrong with
Yeah,
you?
yeah. So that it's not John. Yeah. Folks are struggling. It's not John. It's Jean.
Jean.
Jean Chrétien.
Yeah.
With the H.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's exactly it, right? It's super fucked. And that was one of the first I remember of just like the wide mouth photos being like, oh, this is how you just make people look their dumbest no matter what they're
Hey,
doing.
everyone at home now has the ability to do this themselves. Take a YouTube video of your favorite YouTuber and just pause at any random moment and you're good.
For those of you
Just
who,
Photoshop a dick right in there.
Yep. For those of you
That's
who
what it's for.
you can't hear the sounds of our mouths making an O face. It's yep. The definitive photo. The one that will be
Etched forever.
I was going to say like fucking sticky printed over my gravestone.
No, you know what it'll be, Willie? It will be engraved upon a disc of solid gold and loaded up into the Voyager 9 spacecraft
Sent
to
into
be
space.
blasted out past the Oort cloud.
Yeah. There you go. Exactly. And I know what you're thinking, creative types. You're thinking, that's a hilarious image. Let me jump in and open my Photoshop right now.
Yeah.
Guess what? No retweets for you.
No! Someone's a coward.
None.
Someone's a coward.
I'm so done with that face.
I love retweeting unflattering Photoshops of
I've
myself.
retweeted so many unflattering things of myself on a regular basis.
But not that one.
I need them to be new. I want new unflattering shit.
what this-
Give me new shit.
So what this,
Old shit's tired.
So what this
Old
is-
face Wooly with the fucking purple on his mouth. I'm done. It's been years.
So what
I
Willie
need
is
the new
saying
shit.
to all of you Photoshop wizards is that what you need to do is make a cool new fancy Photoshop that's funny, but hide almost microscopically
Yeah.
small
Yeah.
the Woolly blueberry pie O face
Sure.
in there,
Sure.
so that Woolly will retweet it and then go, ah, curses! It was in there if you zoom in.
It was in the DMC 4 couch or whatever. It was hidden somewhere.
It was in there somewhere.
It was hidden. Yeah. Listen, I'm telling you.
Curses.
I'm telling it like it is. I'm here telling it like it is.
My house for
All
a
right.
legitimate retweet.
Yeah, continue calling me a coward after last week's podcast title. But
You were a coward for a bit, and then you uncowarded.
I stared
Hey,
long
listen.
and hard at that button.
Listen, people learned about history.
But that's what surprised me. I was unknowingly expecting that people, especially Americans, would know their history.
No.
And they didn't. So it led to so much confusion that people that saw the coward title thought that was the bad one.
And then they're like, oh, you cleaned it up. You cleaned it up.
And they thought it got cleaned up, not remotely realizing how fucked that entire thing was, because apparently they don't know the fucking history.
I would like to
which is
point out
crazy because
that-
I'm Canadian.
I would like to point out that's 102 years ago. That is far. No, it's not. Oh, shit. It's 82? 82? No, wait. We're in 2020.
98?
We're in 2020. So, yeah, it'd be 102 years.
close to 100 years ago.
You thought World War One was fought with muskets?
Yeah, I didn't know my shit.
That was the same. That was the same year. Yeah.
But I'm saying that I thought that that was something that happened in history class for America.
No.
And surprisingly, it wasn't. I didn't know that.
I barely remember anything that I got taught in history class. Everything was about, and then the French showed up in Nouvelle-France, and then the British took it, and we were very sad. And then
maybe my impression of
your faith of history classes is grandly overstated.
Perhaps throughout my life, the importance of Black history events might have not been the same as yours or other people's. Perhaps there was a difference of emphasis.
For the vast majority of my life, Black History Month or Black History this is the time during school that I write a little 500-word essay on the Underground Railroad.
Have you ever been pulled aside and told that you have to work twice as hard and be twice as good and so on and so forth?
No.
Okay.
I did not have your grandmother.
That was not my grandmother.
Oh, it was not your grandma? Okay.
No. There were many, many differences I can infer.
No,
possibly.
In fact, I was pulled aside by someone and told who, no matter how hard they work, who you shouldn't trust. And I was like, I'm not going to, I'm not buying this one.
Yeah.
Fuck this.
Yeah.
I got the exact opposite experience.
Yeah. There's a real funny, like I'm seeing a real funny divide of folks going, oh my God, too real?
Yeah.
And folks going, wait, what?
You mean, is this about the World War?
What are you guys talking about? Okay, so here we go.
I had to Google search it in the podcast. You're aware, yes?
Sorry, I got to okay, all right, massive secrets for a lot of people here.
Okay.
There's a lot of parents, probably not if you're white, probably, that have that speech they give their kid.
My mom told me to believe in myself.
Yeah, well, that's not what I got.
Okay.
I got you need to be twice the person that everyone that society expects you to be. You need to be twice as good as the other people in your class. You need to be twice as smart. You have to go twice as hard. You have to overcompensate for all the undercompensations that it's going to that are gonna be on your plate. And like that's something you get more than once, right?
What's the earliest age you get that?
You get the first like I must have been like 6.
That's young.
The first time I got it's the harder, better, faster, stronger. The harder, better, faster, stronger speech comes at you well before like
that's before age of reason.
Oh, you're like the elementary school, early years. You're getting that shit in pre-K. You're getting that shit in kindergarten. You're starting to become a person. You're starting to become a human being. And one of the first things you learn is that you need to overcome this situation that is the inequality by overachieving and rising above it and looking, well, not so much looking at others in a different way, but it's a very weird feeling.
You think that fucks kids up? Did that fuck you up as a kid?
You tell me.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Because I know I used to have some Asian friends that told me that like they got the variation of that speech, which isn't you have to overcome the inequality. It's that you have to crush or die. You must be the number one.
Well, there's that. Yeah,
and that's their variation. That's that cultural thing.
See, by the time I wasn't hitting the honor roll every report card, I think it was kind of like, all right, it was we know what this is.
So did like life crash down on the household when you're like, I'm gonna go into digital arts?
I mean, no. Like at first, I guess it showed up well in the fact that I skipped grade 1.
Oh, that's good.
But then at some point, the things that you learn from all those studies where it's like, hey, telling kids that they're so smart is worse than telling them that it's good they worked hard. Because when you're told that you're smart and you encounter a wall, you don't keep trying.
I got hit with that real bad.
Yeah, we talked about that a while ago. That's a real big one.
I did not learn how to study until I was like in my 20s.
Yeah. And then you eventually you hit the same wall everyone does, which is you're not the top of that leaderboard. You used to be when there was a much smaller leaderboard, but now we're on the national level and you ain't shit.
Yeah.
And now how do you deal with that? And if you've been like naturally given your results because you feel that you were just so much smarter by default, then you have no acumen to, you know, fucking rise to the occasion of being beneath anyone else on that leaderboard. But I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, say, yeah, telling a kid that doesn't understand the concept of like competition or like economic placement that they need
these are kind of high-end concepts for children,
that they need to live up to an ideal of being twice the person that the average white man is.
This is
kind of intense.
This is not like 1 or 2 years past the age when I just told this story yesterday, but where I remember being a small child, not quite 6, I think it was 4, and where I learned the lesson about what things are okay and not okay to say in public, where I was out with my mom in a Woolco, if that time gates this for people, and I looked to my mom, and in the loudest child voice I could manage, totally innocently, I said, "Mom, what's wrong with that lady's face? Why is she so ugly? Is she okay?" And that's what I remember of that story. Mother tells me that the lady like blanched and like kind of ran away, and my mother was like, "Oh my God, shut the fuck up! Never say that again."
So every kid has a version of that, you know.
So
the moment that you learned about your filter,
the moment you learned that other people are real and are like, it's not just mom and dad and the siblings.
The concept of the filter.
But the age that you're getting this thing at is like closer to that than it is to like having a working brain.
Yeah, and it continues the entire time. And like thankfully, right? Here's the thing. I don't know at what age, you know, she got it, and I don't know what age my grandparents got it, but clearly this has been the way to go about business.
Yeah.
Ever since shit's been bad, which guess what? It's been bad for a very long time.
Has it? I'm not super familiar.
Triple digits.
What?
Mid triple digits on the year count. Not even low, you know?
I don't know. There was probably a good year or two in there.
Yeah, well, there was. But anyway, so that's a tradition at this point.
Yeah.
That's getting passed down, right? And like I'm infinitely lucky to be able to say that like by the time I got the last version of that speech, right? The last version of that speech was me in my 20s, right?
Fully actualized.
Yeah. Early 20s, early ass 20s, being told that wearing out my hair in dreadlocks is going to just be like, you know, them ras from Yad.
Go to hell.
Right? And, well, no, she's trying everything in her power to not do that.
Oh, yes.
But
fair.
But essentially, and you know, that's the Jamaican side of things.
You're perpetuating a negative stereotype.
But no, not even that. Not even that. It's not about that side of it, right? You would think, but it's actually that you look unemployable, and that is not an employable haircut, essentially.
Joke's on you, Ma. Me and my friends invented a new type of job. Ha ha! Sidestep that shit.
So
you'll never get anywhere playing those video games.
Yeah. So the first QA place I worked, the literal slogan was "Your parents were wrong."
Oh, nice.
It was pretty sick slogan, even though the place was garbage. But we actually like this was before any of this even like was a concept. My response at the time was quite simply is like, listen, I get it. My entire life, this has been the thing.
Yeah, it's
right?
been an ongoing process.
But here's what you have to understand. I like my hair. I'm doing this because I like it. It's important and I enjoy it. It's a part of who I am, okay? If you're telling me that if I go to apply for a job somewhere and they look at me and they see that and they say, nah, that's not someone we can employ, fuck that place. I don't want to work there.
Problem solved.
And then, right, part 2 of it is like the kind of people that you might associate with or that would want to, that would make a judgment call about you, right? Okay, so this is, if you see that hair and you think, you know what, I don't want to associate with someone that looks like that, you have already passed the filter that is, I don't want you around me anyway, right? So if this is repellent because you care about something as stupid as a haircut, then go the fuck away.
There's also a little nice meta commentary about, like, in order for our people to survive, we have to become just like those people. Don't do this thing that you want to do so that you don't fit it. Like, it's fucked.
Yeah, but what are we gonna do? Build Wakanda in the middle of fucking Chamonix?
I'm not gonna stop you.
What are we supposed to?
As long as it's not Laval, because you don't want to be in Laval. Nobody wants to be in Laval.
Chamonix in Laval, bro.
See, there's your problem there.
That's literally what I'm saying. Like, you want us to build an alternate, like, uninfluenced by the West culture out of nowhere? Listen to my voice, man. It's too late. This is what we got.
It's far too late.
This is what we've got.
Wooly, why do you talk like that?
Oh, why do I talk?
Are you putting that on? Why? What's going on?
I don't know.
You know, you can let the real you out, right?
Yeah. You know, it's right. It's just, after all, black is performative, right?
Oh, it can be.
Yeah. So when you don't turn that switch on, you know, you're not acting black enough. You don't. I know I can see the blackness on your skin, but you're not giving that, you know.
I need more.
That energy.
I'm just not getting enough.
Can you give me some of that energy though? This is not really cutting it for me. You know? Yeah. Yeah, I apologize for the inability to do that. So what I was gonna say is that around that time, it was really just like, it was pretty much the last version of the conversation, because it was just like, I don't care about the future you're trying to secure for me with these rules. I feel like you could have
ended that with just like, I don't care.
I don't care. I don't. I really don't. You know, I'm going to go do some shit with art or video games or whatever the fuck that's interesting, and I'm going to see people with way crazier looks than I have. And like, if you can like make a call on somebody based on that and go like, that's an untrustworthy, then yeah, fuck off. You know, that's stupid. I think it's dumb. I think any schools that are like, hey, you must have only hair colors that are natural of this fucking, like, just fuck off with that. It doesn't matter, you know?
How do you feel?
So
I remember being told as a youth that a tattoo would make you unemployable.
Well, listen.
And then it became a visible tattoo.
Yeah.
And then it became a face tattoo.
Yeah.
But now I think if I see a person with a suit and a face tattoo, I'm like, wow, you must be super good at your job, because you jump. The face tattoo is forever.
It's so that, like, what I was kind of getting at is that how lucky that it happened to hit the right moment, that just as I was kind of saying fuck all that noise,
yes,
that there were like people becoming multimillionaires that looked like crazy with the fucking tats and the hair, and that it didn't matter, and that a CEO could like be someone.
Is that dog a millionaire?
Yeah. And it's got a fucking mohawk, you know, whatever, right? And like that started to like be a thing, And then you'd see all these like Forbes Power 30 under 30,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, profiles, and it'd be like, oh, who's that? That doesn't look like a traditional
Yeah.
millionaire. And it's like, yeah, because it stopped mattering because that person thought of some cool thing and then got a lot of money for it, and then they're fine.
It's a
so
damn shame
who the fuck cares about
that this
fitting in
final conversation happened in your early 20s.
Don Draper's business.
Because now that we're in our early 30s, you would have had the ability to shut your mom down with just a single okay boomer. Because that's all the energy.
Yeah.
The future is now, old person.
I'm not bringing my resume into a Mad Men office, right? I'm bringing my resume to Sonic Fox.
Yes.
And they're going to be in the full costume.
And he's going to be like, hey, man, hey, can you fucking do this infinite? And you're going to be like, no.
All right, well, next candidate. And I'm like, fair enough. Fair enough.
Mom, do you want to know how to do a fucking infinite? What?
Light punch. I don't under. Keep the rhythm up. Yeah, it's good. It's good, you know. And the other filter, of course, that makes a difference here, which is not universal but still applies, is there's also the secondary motivator of, you know, it goes against the Bible to like have long hair, and it goes to be non-traditional with the way, you know.
Well, that's just a whole other can of worms.
But that's the thing. So the tattoos, the markings on the skin, the long hair, and woman wearing pants.
You ever eat a shrimp?
I accidentally ate a shrimp back in Grenada when I was young, and fuck me if it wasn't delicious.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to that guy on the subreddit who is I just realized a devout Christian who listened to this podcast and has like a laid back attitude and been like, oh, these guys are dumb, they don't know nothing. Hey, you're cool.
Yeah.
I appreciate you still listening to the podcast, even though we take the piss out of you. You know why? Because the Catholics are... I always specifically go for the Catholics because I've been around them forever.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are so weird.
Yeah, I mean...
Eating that Jesus, that's weird.
I read a comment today about someone that was like exhausted of like whenever Wooly gets into the religion stuff, so I don't want to beat the dead horse too much. But, you know, there is the truth that like...
I gotta eat that Jesus.
The first thought process that everyone argues about internally forever when it comes to the hair thing is, but Samson had the dreads, though. What are you gonna say? That
Samson had dreads?
Samson had dreadlocks.
Oh, the cool.
The strongest, coolest Hulk man.
Oh, that makes sense. Because
had
his hair would be physically strong. Yeah, okay,
he had locks. And Delilah cut them off, you know, and then he lost his power. But straight up, he did. But that's the thing, though. And it's like, okay, well, what are we gonna... Is that an exception? Or what are you... It's like, nah, you're not Samson, though, you know?
Delilah's such a pretty name for such a traitorous wench.
Well... Jawbone of an ass. 1,000 soldiers.
Don't know what you're talking about.
He killed 1,000 soldiers with the jawbone of a donkey.
Cool.
As his weapon.
That's dope. That dude's pretty tough.
Samson's a badass. And then when he was weak because they cut the hair off and tied him up in a like a coliseum, and they're all like, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
He was like, okay, God, I fucked up, but can you give me one last
Huzzah.
God trigger?
Yeah.
Well, give me one last heaven trigger.
Yeah.
And let me just pop off on these motherfuckers for a minute.
For a minute.
Just let me talk to them for a minute.
I don't need to get all of them, but I would like to get a good, like, in there.
And then God was like, all right, I'm going to give you just enough meter for one more BT. Yeah. It's not a devil trigger.
Yeah, I know. This is weird. This whole thing's breaking down.
Sure. But anyway, one more Rage of the God.
Yeah, there you go.
Right? And then he clicked L3 and R3, and then he pulled the pillars down. And then those pillars, apparently, the architects that built this place, Death Star.
Oh, cool.
So everyone, all these like assholes are in this Coliseum, but the entire Coliseum was held up on two pillars that he happened to be attached to.
Well, that was stupid as shit.
And he was like, yeet! And he pulled the pillars, and then the entire thing came down on everybody.
As it came down, someone in the stands like, why did we build this thing like this? That seems like it was a bad architectural decision.
We should have protected our investment against one badass doing a grand cross in the middle.
That's correct.
In the middle of the arena.
Yes.
One cheeky boy doing a grand cross.
Oh, man.
Stopped all of us. And that's Samson, really, you know. But yeah, those were dreads.
What a fucking winding path we took on this one. It's a fun podcast. I like this podcast.
It was a good time.
All right.
I had a whole other branch fork of
Oh yeah,
conversation
just sitting over here.
that I was holding on to while we were still talking about comedians.
Yeah.
And then it was so far gone that I erased it.
Just hold on to that one for the future.
No, it's never going to come up again. All I was going to say is...
Oh, okay. It's one of those.
Because we started with the concept of bombing at jokes.
Yeah.
And I don't know how we got where we got.
Are you going to talk about that fucking ventriloquist woman again?
No, I'm going to talk about how that was... I always hated... You know how the corny, terrible radio show sound effect button?
I hate it.
Awful?
Shock jock.
The shock jock button is the most... It's garbage.
Ooga. Hey!
It's the worst, right?
Yeah.
However, I was convinced to start appreciating the concept of drops,
Okay.
as they're called, with the bomb when someone tells a horrible joke,
Oh, yeah.
pause, and then there's a car crash noise. And it just, the timing on the car crash noise...
It's a pregnant pause followed by an exclamation point on "you suck ass, dude."
Right, and it was a Pavlovian response. And I learned to love that car crash, especially if it was particularly awful and you'd hear like 5 overlapping car crashes. Like, dear God, that was awful. You shouldn't have tried.
You really shouldn't have tried.
That was so that I learned to love. I learned to appreciate the humor of the drop through that. But anyway,
And what'd you do with your week, man?
why don't you go first?
Why don't I go first? Okay. I didn't play all that much video games this week. I mainly took a look at a new TV show that is sweeping the nation. Wooly, have you ever read a woman's romance novel?
I have not read Beastars.
Okay. So, I gotta ask, what is up? Women who are listening to this podcast, I'm sure there's at least 2 of you. What is up with, what if that monster man just fucked me and I died? Or almost died, but what if the monster fucked me? What's up with this?
Oh, we go in Harlequin romance, front of the Pharmaprix.
There's a word
CVS.
for this. It's called ravishment.
Twilight.
Yes, Twilight.
I can't resist.
So guess what Beastars totally literally is? It's just Twilight.
Oh.
But not satisfied that the Westerners were getting all the furry shit.
Okay.
I want to say her name is Itagaki. I had her up here. Itagaki Paru was like, no, Japan's fucked up and creepy. We can do this.
His obsession is not creepy if he's hot.
Well, there's been a tweet that Paige and I have been laughing about for about 2 weeks now, which is a morally gray character is a character who commits crimes but is hot. That's how you know they're morally gray.
Right.
Beastars is a high school drama.
Is it?
Yes, about a young wolf man named Lugosi and a young rabbit woman named Haru.
Yeah, I went to pull up some shit up, and before I even get to a trailer or an intro, the first thing I get is a pairing video.
Yes.
So
as they live in a animal kingdom that is totally has nothing to do with Zootopia at all, between the carnivores and the herbivores, in which they exist in a bizarre teetering society in which carnivores still want to eat people.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's like, don't eat us, man. A burgeoning romance between this giant, powerful, lithe wolf man who desperately wants to devour this tiny rabbit, but also loves her, maybe, etc.
Not Zootopia.
No.
Okay.
And it's like, oh man, my animal instincts want me to just tear you limb from limb. But no. Feelings. So I don't know what's up with that. Chicks apparently dig that shit really bad.
Is this the kind of world where, like, a wolf and a rabbit...
Shit in it that I wasn't expecting to see is way more explicitly violent and sexually explicit than I would have expected.
Okay.
Some wipeouts in Beastars.
Some wipeouts?
People are getting wiped out.
Huge wipeouts.
Huge wipeouts.
Okay. I mean, the name of this show is simultaneously the greatest and most infuriating thing. So, there's that, I suppose.
Beastars makes way more sense when they tell you what the Beastar is.
Sure. But either way, it's a combination of the word beast and star.
It is.
Which, if you were in grade 7, you would think is the coolest thing in the world.
Yeah. There's a high school drama with
Gangstar.
with a focus on a love story, love triangle, all sorts of shit. But underneath it is a really fascinating setting in which it's like, hey, Lugosi, what are you eating? Oh, I'm eating my egg sandwiches so I can get my protein, because you're not allowed to eat fucking meat at the school because your friends are made of meat.
Yeah.
Bad to do.
Yeah.
But there is that one part of town you can go to.
Okay.
If you like.
So it goes into the logistics that an animal world doesn't go into.
It goes super deep into the logistics.
Because an animal world with carnivores is not going to make...
is a inherently unstable one.
The cow that's working at a butcher shop doesn't make a ton of sense.
There's the very first thing that happens, and if you saw the preview for it, the very first thing that happens is a schoolmate gets fucking eaten at school. And nobody knows who did it. And an alpaca gets fucking eaten in the theater room.
Okay.
Just dead. And that's the backdrop. And people are scared of carnivores, and there's a lot of weird drama with the fucking, the rabbits are shitheads, and they're picking on the other rabbits because this rabbit is pure white, and they're the Harlequin pieces of shit with the split.
Yeah.
So on top of the carnivore herbivore, like,
they're gonna
split.
die if they don't eat meat.
No, they won't die. You can get your protein. In fact, there's an entire sub-story dedicated to a chicken who is clearly the author self-insert, because the author, Itagaki-san, almost always wears a chicken head around because she wants to stay as anonymous as possible, because she is the daughter of the writer of Grappler Becky, and did not want to be known as herself until her work became for real.
Nick Cage.
Who's Nick Cage's dad?
Nick Cage?
Yeah.
His real last name is Coppola.
Oh, all right. Well, that explains a lot. Oh, man.
Or
okay.
Something to that effect, yeah.
But guess what? She nailed it, because Beastars is great. So, there's that. But then there's also just constant genius animal shit. Just characters are acting with their own character traits, obviously, but every now and then you will see a little mannerism and or attitude that you go, oh, I'm so stupid, of course, because they're whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So the non-spoilerist one there's two that I can think of that are both not spoilers, that are just like, they pop, is at some point somebody's pal ends up being a scumbag and is like, oh, hey, you know what we talked about? Yeah, I'll totally do it. And it's a fucking weasel. Because of course it is.
Yeah.
Because of course it's a fucking
So it's not
weasel.
just a romance story then?
No, there's a lot going on.
Interesting, okay.
Your primary plot is romance.
Yeah.
And your B side is society is weird in this setting. And then another one in which something that at first appears to be somebody like romantically coming on to somebody, like by pushing them down and being like over them and being like, hey, look at these titties. You're actually like, oh no, this isn't romantic. This is a dog showing dominance over a different animal. Because that's how dogs show dominance.
Yeah, okay. So here's the thing, right? So you can sort of create humanoid mannerisms because they're anthropomorphized.
Yeah.
But then you pick and choose the animal traits that can reveal themselves and therefore create like a first impression, and then actually...
And then you have characters that are...
This is the animal trait.
Their entire personality is the opposite of the animal you would associate them with.
Yes.
And then that gets played off by other characters who are like, that's weird. You don't act like a deer. You're actually kind of a badass, Lewis. What's up with that?
Right.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Because you got to overcompensate for what you are.
Yes.
100%.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's really, 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 really cool. And it was very... It was really, really, really weird to see a romance story between the shy guy and the girl who fucks around constantly. That is not how I thought that was going to go.
Mm. Well, she's a rabbit, right?
Yeah, but not all rabbits are like that. But this rabbit is.
Yeah, but rabbits, though.
Yeah.
So, they fuck like rabbits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That show is great.
Do they touch on the logistics?
There's a lot. Yeah, they show the logistics.
Wow.
To a degree.
This is on Netflix.
Yeah, not yet. It's being held back until March 13th.
Okay, so you're in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
well, they obviously...
There's a line of dialogue that's like, wow, I never did it with a carnivore before. Hope this shit goes off.
Now, what's the ruling on... like
wolf rabbit shit?
Well, no, because National Geographic and Discovery Channel, it's like, yeah, that's just nature, right? Yeah. But then porn's porn.
Yeah.
So
there's a really, really funny throwaway single line of dialogue that like codifies like a massive part of what's going on, in which an adult says, maybe you just got a really fucked up fetish, bro. And hands him a magazine. And then you're like, oh, okay, fine.
So if we're
this
watching...
totally goes on, but it's like, oh my god, that's super gross, bro.
If we're watching nature footage, right, like Planet Earth, of like a horny wolf.
That's right.
That's just running around full heat.
Yeah.
Right?
Got the knot ready to trot.
And hey, wow, you had that ready to go.
I didn't. I invented that 10 seconds ago.
Well, it rhymed.
Thank you.
Bars.
Yes. I'm now a rapper.
So, if you take that nature footage and put a suit on the wolf,
yes,
do we now
get episode 1 of Beastars?
Do we now have to mosaic the lipstick?
Maybe.
Do we have to blur it out?
Maybe.
Is it no longer nature footage?
I don't know, man.
What are we doing here? Okay, if I rotoscope the wolf,
I don't know what to tell you.
Is that now dirty?
I don't know what to tell you.
I put a suit on the wolf and I rotoscoped it, but it's still just nature footage.
Here's the deal, though, right?
What are we doing?
So here's the deal for you. This show is, first of all, Beastars. I don't know how popular the manga is. It must be really popular.
Yeah, I've heard of it as a manga before this anime.
This anime got fucking cash to make it. It is fucking gorgeous. It's a 3D model / rotoscope / mixed media.
Yeah, the intro had claymation.
Yeah. It will occasionally go with like it reminds me almost of like the bits of Mob Psycho, where it'll just hey, this one's painted. Yeah. This scene's painted for some reason.
Yeah. Again, before the adaptation, I feel like I've been hearing about this book.
It's fucking gorgeous, and as a result, I spoke with actually Paige spoke with Eli, because Eli read it all. Mr. Plague of Gripes up to date with the latest chapter of Beastars, shocking no one. But I think he described it as the artist is not a very good drawer, and so the anime is just beautiful by comparison.
Attack on Titan, I think, had that same
Yeah,
problem.
Attack on Titan definitely has that. But this is going for the absolute limit you could possibly go for of that's clearly a deer man. It also happens to be a fucking hot deer man.
But
Like, you know the dangerously cheesy chart of furriness?
yes,
It's almost the way to whole animal.
that's what I was going to point out, which is probably the most interesting aspect of this, is in looking at the art from it, I noticed that that's not a human being with deer antlers.
No. That's a deer man.
And it's not a girl with bunny ears sticking out.
No.
It's an actual animal-headed thing.
Yes.
Which I got to applaud that. Commit to it if you're going
like
for it.
mostly animal features.
Yeah.
I think the only time that I got brought out of it at any point
Yeah.
was there's a sequence in which Lewis the deer picks up something and you see that he has totally normal looking human hands
Yeah.
that are like a gold, and I'm like, that's really weird. Meanwhile, when you look at Lugosi, he has giant he's a werewolf. He's a fucking werewolf.
I mean, there's the shot of the fucking deer that pulls the hoofs off and has the full hands
Yeah.
underneath it. But I actually, like, no, I super duper respect that, because it's like, no, we're not going for the, like, I just want to make a cute human that you're going to like, but also get away with giving them slightly
Haru's a
animalistic
fucking
traits.
rabbit, dude.
Yeah, you fucking went for
That
it.
bitch is a rabbit.
Totally. And I'm like, yep, commit. Don't just make it a hot person because you want to maximize that appeal.
And it's just constantly going back to like this it's this fun thing where you ever watch something or read something and the setting is confusing. Like they're massive holes
Tons.
in your understanding of the setting.
Tons of stories
And
start that way.
every time you get a single detail, you're like, "Oh, cool." So there's a little tiny scene where Lugosi's reading a book. He's just chilling, right? But he happens to be in the wolf room hanging out with the other wolves, which is painted like the night sky with a disco ball that's been made into a moon to make them feel more comfortable, I guess. And when he walks to that room, he walks by the cat room and the deer room and
Yeah.
so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And
You
you're
can
like, I want to. What is it? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, you can infer lots of fun ideas when you have to mix modern contrivances and and conveniences with the animal kingdom.
And so that's why you get a little side story about a chicken being very proud of her eggs. Why? Well, carnivores gotta get protein.
Yeah.
And if they don't get protein from egg sandwiches, they're gonna get their fucking protein.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's this nice little thing of like, oh, what a cute little story that causes their society to not collapse into like race riots and devouring. That thing's great. I'm probably gonna read it because I need to know what happens after the end of that first season.
So
That shit is great.
Zootopia plus Twilight equals success.
No, Zootopia plus Twilight plus the dramatic action scenes of GTO
Whoa.
equals success.
Specifically that type of scene.
It's like, remember when GTO popped off, it suddenly became a completely different show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There's a couple sequences in which you're like, this is you expect Wolfman Kiryu to be in the background
Right.
During the sub-story.
Pervin on teenagers, but it's a man you can trust.
Something like that. Something like that.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It's fantastic. I would recommend it to everybody. Japan is about to get swept with furry. It's very inevitable now. It can't be stopped. To our furry friends out there, you will soon have an entire new country's worth of artists to rely upon for your creepy sex shit.
And by furry
Doing
friends,
a thumbs up for the audio people.
by furry friends, you mean furry overlords. I, for one, embrace.
Listen, if they keep if they
you
if,
furry
if they
overlords
keep if they keep putting out content like this, that's okay.
I can direct you towards the finest yiffing pits to...
Pit, man!
I mean...
The pit!
All right, look. Old memes are old. But that's cool.
You should get on that immediately. Like, as soon as you... It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, there was a... I want to say it was about the start of this new year, basically.
Why all the noise about Beastars
That
being
suddenly
made now.
a push started happening on all social media fronts, talking about Beastars, and I was like, "What is this terrible name? Please, dear God, tell me what this has to. Does this have to do with the Monstars? Does this have to do with the Gang Stars? What does this have to do with?" And then it turns out, no, it's its own other thing. It just happens to follow this naming convention which like kills me inside.
And now I'm going to take a moment for those of you who are listening to this podcast may not be convinced because, well, romances are for girls. Shut up! That's stupid. You know what's the most not endearing, what's the word I'm thinking of? Exciting or like
Charming?
Investing or whatever, charming or thing that a story can do to you when you empathize with a character and you can empathize with their teenage self or whatever, and you go, oh, I see a little bit of myself in there, and then something in your romantic subplot happens that makes you go, oh no, oh no,
Yeah.
like over and like.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like you're yelling at no one.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
maybe I'm old-fashioned.
Yeah, that thought was gone.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but
Like,
when
dude,
are we gonna get Beastars for boys?
But like we were, I was a part of excited discussions of Kareshi Kanojo back in college, and
I don't know
or
what that is.
whatever, it was an Anno directed series after Ava that was just a straight up like lovey-dovey high school tale.
Oh, that's very different.
And then there was the hijinks of School Rumble,
Yeah.
which I also was a part of conversations of, and you're just like, okay, romance story. What are
My
we doing?
favorite episode of GTO is when Asuka and Shinji make it work in the caves on the island. Oh, you don't remember that?
Were their names actually
They
Asuka
weren't.
and Shinji?
They
what are
weren't
you talking about?
actually Asuka and Shinji, but they were like identical designs.
Because my brain was like, hold on, were there characters with those names?
They weren't named that, but
The
it was
fuck?
the bitchy domineering redhead and the total puke
Yeah,
shithead,
fine, sure.
and they got lost in that water cave, and they had to make it through. And it was like,
was it Murai? What was his name? I forget
I
his
don't
name.
fucking know anyone's name in fucking GTO.
Okay, well, anyway.
I still look back and think about the live action version, where GTO was gonna run over that family with a truck in like the second episode,
Yeah.
and then he swerved and almost died.
Yeah, but then he marries Fuyutsuki.
Does he marry her in the live action?
I want to say they couple up,
They do couple up.
whereas it doesn't necessarily happen in the anime.
No, in the anime he moves to America,
Yeah.
which would have been an awesome show that we never got.
Onizuka, 22 years old. Nice to meet you.
To people asking what GTO is,
Great teacher, Onizuka.
it is a story about a piece of shit former gang member that somehow becomes a high school teacher,
Yeah.
and despite his lack of educational knowledge, will use his gumption and pureness of heart to help those kids get through their lives. God damn it.
You ever read Shonan Junai Gumi?
I have not.
Okay. It's about the biker years,
Oh, yeah.
where him and his biker buddy,
I'll just bikering it up.
they're just bikering it up.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Kunio shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Yes, everybody go watch and then read Beastars. It's good. It will make you feel things.
Or we're doing like fucking 20-year-old plugs for GTO.
Also watch GTO.
Check out
There's-
that. At the very least, watch that intro with porno graffiti, Driver's
good.
High, and appreciate that animation.
GTO is crazy because it was a manga that was great, that got turned into an anime that was great, that got turned into a live action show that was great.
That got turned into a Korean live action show again.
Get out!
Yep.
Seriously?
Korean GTO happened.
Was it good?
Apparently it was really good.
The formula works.
Yep. Just try to ignore the part where the show starts and he's under the stairs looking up at the skirts of high school girls going to class. Just try not to think too hard about that. And try not to think too hard about the part where he goes to that, like in the pilot episode, he helps the girl and then he gets the panties.
Yeah.
Try not to think too hard about it.
Well, it was always fun going through the different versions where each version, as it becomes more real or animated, goes softer than the last one.
Yes.
So, like, I watched the live action first.
Oh, yeah.
And then there was the bitchy genius girl that only shows up in the movie.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, she's all right. And then I watched the anime, and first of all, she dyes her hair blonde. But the first thing she does is light another student's hair on fire.
Right.
By throwing a lighter at her.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, you got toned the fuck down.
Yeah. It's just that because it's toned down, though, you get like the toned down intro. You get Poison replacing fucking Driver's High. Mm-hmm. You get no suplexes.
No suplex. But a really cool kick, though.
Yeah.
I do like the kick.
And then you eventually get a suplex.
Eventually.
Way down the line, not even in the show, in the fucking movie.
Yeah.
The live action movie that comes afterwards, you finally get one.
I really like the big the motorcycle stunt they did for the live action movie. I thought it was cool.
So when you calm the story down, you have to make concessions. It is what it is. It is what it is. And yeah, it's an iconic ass fucking suplex. He does the bridge, and then if I'm not mistaken, the old lady principal or vice principal, whatever, the one who makes the shots, comes down and actually like takes a seat. It's like, sturdy.
I gotta fucking
Anyway.
talking about Beastars and then talking about GTO and the combination of suplexing and animals makes me think, should I watch Nichijou?
I don't know.
The principal suplexes a deer.
Oh yeah. Or you can play Beastarizer.
I could play Beastarizer. Well, that's a unanimous yes by our chat. Maybe I should take a look at Nichijou.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's it for me. If you want to check out bullshit that I'm up to, just go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. That's on weekdays at like about 8 p.m. Occasionally on the weekend in the afternoon. Gonna be doing some 14 stuff and starting RE6 this week. Holy shit. Oh, one last thing. A 5-sentence review of Resident Evil Revelations. The Jill sequences are cool. Everything else is complete garbage. And the story is unmitigated, disastrous trash, even by Resident Evil standards. Which is goofy, considering it's a fucking game called Revelations. And the revelations are all so bafflingly fucking stupid that I just couldn't do anything but hold my head in my hands.
Heard you tried to dodge 6.
Yeah, well. Democracy doesn't work. So, guess I'm fucked.
You set on your path. Now you're committed to it.
I didn't think I'd get this far. By now.
Is that not a sentence that describes all of it?
Yeah, it is.
The whole journey.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, well, over on my side, I had a pretty fun week. Took a look at a couple different things. First off and foremost, have you ever heard of the Kingdom of Dokapon? Have you ever
heard this name?
Have you ever experienced or witnessed anything that has come from the Kingdom of Dokapon?
No, I have not.
Dokapon Kingdom is a PS2 game.
Yes.
It got ported to the Wii.
Did it?
It is a Mario Party style board game.
Oh, fuck.
But the difference, and this is key, is that there is no mini games to fight
All right.
amongst each other with. Instead, you are RPG characters, and you can fight monsters or each other using RPG rock, paper, scissors style commands.
All right.
when the game starts, you choose a character, you choose a class, you choose and then you start out, and then you kind of roll the dice. It's not actual dice, it's a little spinner.
Okay.
And you walk along this board, and then you can go to blank spaces to fight random grunts. You can go to towns and save them from monsters. You can go to shops and buy weapons.
This sounds actually pretty cool.
It's pretty cool, right? This game will put the Satsui no Hado in you.
Oh, yes.
The murderous intent.
Because they're not cool, laid-back little mini-games.
You have to understand the level of shit-fuckery that this game facilitates, right? And there's a story mode which goes on for apparently like 100 hours or something crazy.
Sick.
That you're supposed to play with your friends, mind you. Unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
But and I tell that there's shit in that I didn't even see. For example, if someone is losing long enough and hard enough in last place, apparently they can go and become the king of demons.
Oh my god.
Whose entire job it is to just fuck over the rest of the players.
Just great. That's great.
Okay? So this is a game where when you beat somebody, if you land on their space and you fight it out, you again, RPG battle, do the RPS. Upon defeating someone, you can choose to rob them of all their money.
Good, yes.
Rob them of their items or equipment.
Whoa, very good.
Including, like, shit that you can just equip immediately.
Yeah.
Or you can humiliate them.
Yes, yes, yes.
By playing a prank such as changing their name or haircut. And all of it leads back to a respawn at the origin point. But you might have to come back with a bald head. You might have to come back with no weapon. Or you might have to come back with your name suddenly being, oh, I don't know, Bitch Pie.
Bitch Pie, yes.
Bitch Pie.
There's a great...
Over here.
There's a great...
this guy right here.
There's a great Core gaming video about the effect of taunting on your opponent. It's about fighting games, but it describes how teabagging somebody in the corner can make them do stupid shit and teach them the wrong lessons, and how giving up positional advantage or numerical advantage can be totally worth it for a mental guard break.
Mental guard break.
Which is what you are describing. Because if you have to play an entire remaining game as Bitch Pie,
yep,
you might make stupid fucking decisions because you're a Bitch Pie.
Yep. Yep. So I thought that shit was hilarious. I loved it. And there's other little bits and pieces, right? Where sometimes when you land on a random space, there's a chance that you might run into an NPC who will ask you for different things, right? They might ask you, hey, I'm an old beggar. Can you give me some gold? And like, who knows what'll happen, right?
Anything could happen.
Or you might be a lady that's like, hey there, I've got a special little delivery that I need you to make for me. Can you take this item? And it's very valuable, but I want you to safeguard it and take it to this town on the board, and they'll give you some sort of reward or something, you know? Now, I don't know what the truth is about this type of thing, but this happens at some point. And it's an item that we notice that, like, while you can go deliver it, it definitely is worth a lot of gold, right? But there's probably a karma system
you
in
probably
place,
get something by doing it,
right? There's probably a karma system in place for fucking it over or for going through with it if you can. Especially if you have to get out of your way to deliver those things, right?
It's like on Greed Island where they did that shitty side quest and got that fancy card.
Totally like Greed Island, right? So when that's
a fake video game.
Sure.
It's from Hunter x Hunter though.
Oh, I thought that was a One Piece thing.
No,
I thought
Greed Island's Hunter x Hunter.
I thought it was a One Piece thing.
Greed Island is fucking crazy because it's when Hunter x Hunter, when the author decides I want to do a Yu-Gi-Oh thing for a couple hundred chapters and just changes the setting into Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like how Yu-Gi-Oh changed the setting into Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Used to be the puzzle master.
Yeah.
He used to just be the
Also,
fucking...
I'll bet you can't shoot me until I burn you. What?
Yeah, exactly, right? And then if you wager wrong, I guess you die.
What?
Nah, cards though.
Cards. That's safer.
When you are a thief, for example, you know, like magicians are good at magic, warriors are good at warriors, but a thief can run past your square and take your shit.
Yes.
Literally just happens automatically. So let's say, for example, that, I don't know, let's say, for example, you're sitting at let's say Min is sitting at the weapon shop.
Uh-huh.
And he's buying his weapons on his turn, and he's just gotten this duck, this whatever that's worth a ton of money.
I can already feel this.
And then let's say Reggie's like, hey, I need to go buy some weapons too. So then on his turn, he walks over to the weapon shop. But the moment he lands on Min's square, his thief takes that fucking quest item automatically, because that's how a thief does. And then he goes, okay, and then opens up the weapon shop. And then in the weapon shop, it's like, yo, bro, you want to sell that fucking sick ass
hell yeah, I
duck
do.
for 4,000 gold?
Give me that shit. Yeah, like, this is the knives come out.
You understand?
Yeah.
It is brutal. It's brutal. And like it has all of this like built in. It's built in. The friendship ruining mechanics.
The only thing more fun than having fun is making somebody else not have fun.
Absolutely. So, King of Devils, right? Now, I again have not had the fortune of encountering that, because I think that's, again, a full crazy 100-hour commitment thing. But we took a look at this, got a game mode played in it where you just kind of set the number of turns and you go through it, and had a fucking blast. Went for a second round where there's a different challenge. So you can just do, like, let's say Mario Party, you pick how many weeks you want to, you know, you can do that. Or you can do a challenge such as liberate the specific town. Yeah. Or kill each other X amount of times, which sounded fun on paper. Unfortunately, in execution, fails, because if everyone walks to the opposite ends of the map,
ain't nothing happening.
The game's not ending.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately,
the Australian risk problem.
Yes, happened, and that was a momentum killer. But on basic premise of like try to be the richest and strongest by the end of the deadline. Fuck yeah, this game rules. Dokapon Kingdom is the shit. Just prepare.
Is the newest version of it just on the Wii?
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think I saw that there was ports to handheld, possibly. There might have been like a DS port or something.
Yeah, but you
like
want
that.
everybody sitting around.
Yeah. You know. So anyway, and then of course, as you can imagine, when the game is over, they go through all the celebrations and you know the proper. Here's your star award.
So and so fucked over everyone this many times.
In this case, there might be some things such as the Equal to Poop award for being dead garbage shit last place. You should feel ashamed.
Good.
Not my words.
Why you poopy?
Yeah. So
why?
Good times. Dokapon Kingdom, played it on Salt Party, obviously.
That sounds perfect for that fucking title.
And that should be coming up sometime soon.
You ever think that, because there are a couple games like this that the developers at some point must have been like, I want people to get divorced.
Yes.
I want siblings I want a sibling to lose an eye. I want friends to never talk to each other again.
Fuck you, Grandma.
Yeah.
I heard that this was part of the marketing campaign.
Yeah.
I was hearing that they actually pitched it as like a thing where it's like friendships might be ruined officially.
That's incredible. Because Overcooked, I played that with some friends. Yeah. And how do I put this? There's the moment where you're getting frustrated with your co-op partners.
That's what I was going to ask.
And
What's
then,
worse?
And then there's the because Overcooked is like speed, accuracy.
What?
And then there's the moment where somebody makes a mistake, and because you're an adult and have control, the bile hits like the bottom of your throat, and you're like, I have one more in me before it's toxic time.
So
and
what?
You go, now it's time to stop.
What gets you worse? An extraordinarily lucky comeback, or an incompetent co-op partner?
Incompetent. No question.
Okay.
But it has to be a specific kind of incompetence. And it is what I would call willful incompetence. Best exemplified by the phrase, you don't pay my sub. Right? So, somebody's doing something wrong, and it looks like they just don't know. And you go, oh, hey, if you do this, like, this is a cool trick. So and they go, fuck you, old man. I'm going to do what I want.
So just to get this straight, you're saying that you don't enjoy playing video games with an incompetent partner? Is that what I'm...
No, with a willfully incompetent partner.
Okay. Okay.
The co-op problem that I have the most problem with
RE5 was a good time, right?
Yeah, it was. It was fantastic.
Okay.
Paige did incredibly well.
Okay.
There was one bit that got bad because there were a shit zillion. It's the final room before the Wesker fight, which was like there's a shit zillion enemies. But the number one thing that drives me crazy in any co-op setting is inventory management, if it is there, because I'm so. Inventory management is like an afterthought to me because I've done it so many times, so many games, but nobody else does inventory management fast enough, and I'm always like, come on, put that, you know. But like there is like annoyance over somebody like dropping a shot in like RE5 is one thing because you're like, oh crap, but you could have made that mistake. But people being like willfully obstinate.
Hey man, you don't pay her sub.
I don't. But people being willfully obstinate in like a team game.
Sure.
Like, dude, we already have 2 widows.
Yes.
Can you fucking not?
Your brief excursion into top is fed, mid or feed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's somehow different. I don't get it. I got fucking toxic in Overwatch, but I didn't use a mic, so I got toxic for me. Yeah, have you ever play something just so you can get toxic?
No.
For you?
No.
I have. It's great.
No.
Where you play and you're like, you're getting toxic, but no one's around, and you're not typing. You're just toxic for you. But I got super toxic playing Overwatch. I got super toxic playing Day Defeat. I got super toxic playing fighting games. But I played League.
Like, Super Meat Boy fucks you over in situations where you're like, God fucking damn it. But I don't know the swerve into the venom.
But then you play League.
Yeah.
And no matter how toxic you get, the other guy is somehow more toxic, and that just nullifies yours and just gives you joy.
Yes. Yes.
Because they get all pissy and toxic, and they actually type it out, and you can just respond with, no, LOL, or your mom, haha. Well, and you're just like...
Well, this is
excellent.
This is why Scrub Quotes is so great, because the existence of a place to compile this allows there to be like not only an archive of this for all time, but just the idea permeates, and you're able to simply reply with something such as LOL at Scrub Quotes.
Scrub Quotes is,
and that person can either go find out what that means very quickly with a Google search.
Yeah.
Or not. But if they do, they'll find out, right? It's kind of like how, if, you know, like, fine, fuck you, you ugly bitch. No one wanted to go out with you anyway.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, reply / nice guys. And then it's like,
yeah,
what?
It's reply guys. Yeah.
What is that, right? And then they click, and then they go, oh.
Oh, no.
Here's everybody.
Here's
Here's me.
Am I this?
And then here's a lot of people pointing and laughing at this behavior.
There's a
not that you're going to learn from it, but you're going to feel something.
There's a specific brand of scrub quote, which I want to say occupies about 30 to 40% of all of scrub quotes is screen grabs, and it is "fuck you, bitch, you trash. Learn how to play the game." Line break dash guy who lost.
Yes. Yes.
And that I have seen that for fighters. I have seen that for MOBAs. I've seen that for Overwatch. I've seen that for Rainbow Six. And just, it's a universal. Just like, you learn how to play the game.
There is an idyllic way to play that exists in my head, and you're not following those rules correctly. So, fuck you. You know?
We've come a long way from throws are banned at this establishment, which was like an enshrined scrub law back in Street Fighter 2.
Yeah, that existed in the ether.
Yeah.
In the same way that, you know, duels back in the day, it came across my desk at some point that originally duels, or not originally, but at some point, a duel with somebody became the point at which two people don't have to back down from their point, so they can agree to fight to the death, quote unquote, over it. And then in the duel, they will then shoot over each other's heads to prove the point that I was willing to die for this point. And then if none of us died, then at least we fought for the point and no one lost honor. And then we could shake hands and part ways. This is what I heard. Right?
And
apparently, like, it doesn't always go that way, such as, for example, Alexander Hamilton, who I think was rumored to have, like, slept with someone's wife or something like that.
All sorts of shit.
Something happened, and then there was a thing where they were like, okay, we're going to duel, but then the guy was like, nah, fuck that, and actually took the shot. But but instead of like doing the thing where you pointed over and shot over someone's head,
it's like, I'm gonna kill you.
And then it was like, bro, scrub quotes. You didn't fucking play. You didn't play it properly. Is what happens as you die over the course of.
Play to win, man.
Yeah,
play to win.
Well, you know, over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours, as you bleed out, because back then, you know, it wasn't great.
Medical attention was not.
It was not great.
Snuff.
So yeah, I guess. Hamilton's last words just at scrub quotes LOL, you know?
It's possible.
Or no, the guy who did it, actually.
Yeah.
The guy who did it. So Hamilton's like, what the fuck? I shot over your head, asshole. Where's your dignity?
Yeah.
And then he goes at scrub quotes LOL.
Yeah, play to win.
And then that was, yeah, there you go.
It's people mad because they don't know how to play the video game.
Should have shot above.
Have you seen... I don't know if it's probably...
Pick a top tier, says Aaron Burr.
It's probably not in the news because it's a minor foible.
Yeah.
But it fits right in with this conversation. Have you seen that there's been a change to the way that Fortnite matchmakes?
No.
Fortnite has gone from a purely connection-based matchmaking system to skill-based matchmaking. And along with that change has come a torrent of thousands of very, very angry people saying, you have ruined Fortnite. I just spent 2 hours trying to get video footage of cool trick shots, but I'm having to play these fucking sweaty games like it's MLG. What the fuck? You're ruining Fortnite. Fortnite's ruined. Now every game, you're getting paired up with people with the same skill. You gotta try. It's got to be a try-hard match every time.
And it used to be
completely random.
Okay.
So if you were decent, you had a good chance of like sweeping.
Okay.
But now you're being put with people who are around your skill level, and this is ruining the game.
For ranked?
I don't think there is.
Is there a ranked?
No.
Well, then is that skill? There's an elo being tracked? Certainly.
Yeah, there's an elo being tracked.
So
the game's ruined because now I have to play sweaty. I didn't have to used to play sweaty.
Because isn't the whole point I'm confused because isn't the whole point of tracking an elo that there's then a ranked system?
Yes,
and then if you didn't want to adhere to that, you could just go random player
they've just
match?
changed. I believe they've just changed it over universally. I don't think there is a ranked. I think there is the mode.
Okay.
So now it's gone from, hey, I'm good enough to just chill and probably get a bunch of kills because I'm being paired with 5-year-olds, to I can't believe this sweaty try-hard garbage. It isn't fun anymore.
But that feels like the easy fix for that is the thing that already exists, which is ranked or casual.
Yeah.
Or ranked or player match.
Destiny does the skill-based matchmaking as well, but theirs is fucked. It ranks the entire team instead of just singular players.
Okay.
So it'll be like 5 losers and 1 pro.
Yeah.
But 1 pro can totally beat a whole team of 6.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think I mean personally I speak full of ignorance as usual, but I mean, why not offer for fun and for glory?
because Fortnite's about that one mode.
Yeah, we'll add a single binary choice.
But
before
also,
you enter it.
as somebody who has dipped their toe in this, if they did add for fun and for glory, people would still fucking bitch and moan about the for glory being skill-based matchmaking because no one wants to play the for fun version because that one's for babies.
But it would also
for
fun would be where you learn how to do shit.
No one wants to learn how to do shit. They just want to win.
Until you give the option.
I'm telling you, if you were put that in Fortnite, and like if you were say a streamer, and you clicked on for fun, it would be like, oh, use baby mode. Who cares?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's the first thought that comes to mind is there's games where you have the choice.
Yeah.
To choose the stakes, so to speak, and I don't see why biggest game in the fucking world couldn't allow that to happen. It seems like it would be a good thing if it existed.
Perhaps.
Regardless of that.
Perhaps you're right.
Yeah.
And maybe if they had that, is this going to be another? This is going to be another week where I make fun of somebody and it's going to go over your head because you don't follow this dumbass. But this would be a great thing to add so that when you're done losing, you don't have to get mad twice or else you lose a second time. Did you see this shit?
Now, why you have to be mad? It's only game.
Why you have to be mad? It's only game. Oh my god. Hey, Wooly, you play a lot of competitive games. Right?
Pat, it is insulting. It is disgraceful. You just wouldn't understand. You're not out here in these trenches.
Oh yeah?
At these tournaments.
Oh yeah.
Fighting for your competitive life.
For my life.
You would not understand as a plebeian.
As a pleb, as a non-man.
That when you say it's just a game.
It's just a game, man.
You're dousing the fire inside. Okay? I'm trying to get top 8 at EVO.
Yeah.
And you telling me it's just a game?
Hey, man, it is just a game, though.
Is just emblematic of a weak-ass mentality.
I would tell Michael Jordan and Tom Brady that after they lose a game because it is just a game.
How dare you?
I dare.
Okay? You think all the greats of their time made it to the top just hearing, don't worry about those results, it's just a game?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Whoa. What? Huh? Car crash noise.
Yeah, there
Car
it is.
crash noise.
So obviously we are making fun of one large streamer Fortnite man, Ninja, who appears to be becoming more out of touch by the day.
I mean,
so I don't think he was in a tournament. The clip that's going around appears to be from his stream where he's just super mad fucking pissed about losing a game. And it's like, it's not even a big game. It's not even the big game.
And then I saw the tweet And then afterwards, I saw that there was an associated
video
with it, which the tweet on its own you read so that you hear it in a measured tone.
Yeah.
And you
and then you see the video, and he's like sweating, and he's like, his eyes are like darting around.
The tweet on its own is the video makes it a little worse. It makes it a little worse because you were expecting to hear again your own tone of voice.
Hey, listen, if you gotta really value those wins. You gotta get out there, and all I hear is like, if you don't throw a tantrum after you lose anything in your life, you've lost twice, you're a loser. Let's extrapolate that further. If you don't end on a win, you'll be a loser forever. Let's extrapolate that further. Winning is all that matters, regardless of seriousness or context.
And you know how you win? By working twice as hard and being twice as good and challenging yourself twice as much. Now, listen, folks.
This is a mentality that leads to cheating,
folks. If you lost that game,
the big game,
and you did not take your opponent's controller out of their hand and spike that controller, did you even care?
Did you even care about the match?
Did you even deserve to be in that seat to begin with? One could argue that no, you didn't.
Hey, you've seen. I'm sure everyone here has seen a esports match or a fighting game match or whatever, in which after a hard fought long battle, there's a victor and a loser, and they get up and they shake hands, and the loser holds up their opponent's hand and does the little point to them, the little midsection point, goes, hey,
this guy,
they're the winner. What a bitch!
Sportsmanship?
What a fucking dumb bitch! I can't believe this fucking beta congratulating the victor. Oh my god, what a big baby poo-poo. Like, holy Jesus Christ.
So, just a picture of someone doing the point. Bitch. Stamped on their fucking face.
Yeah.
I mean, really and truly, right? When someone is putting their heart and soul into trying to win a moment of competition, the tilt can happen.
You get emotional.
The tilt can happen.
I've gotten fucking super pissed over games that didn't matter for shit.
It's superhuman.
Yeah.
To let the tilt
salty.
happen. Absolutely.
But to act like it's the moral option.
It's not righteous.
Like,
it is not a move that signifies your righteousness in the situation,
so,
because of how bad you wanted it.
I'm gonna
It's a natural part of competing. You should probably do your best to not give it a bad look by physically acting out on that feeling when it happens.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, we've seen many players throw fucking child tantrums at all sorts of events.
Never great, never a good look, always a bad look, right? The inverted pop off, so to speak. But the fact that you feel that way is normal and it happens. You're not in a holy high horse on a tower as a paladin for doing by signifying that you care more.
It's an inversion of reality, right? It's like the person who gets to be on their high horse is the person who takes their loss with dignity and grace and congratulates their opponent on a well done match, right?
Now to understand piss poor takes, you have to put your brain
into the piss poor take machine
and flip it around.
All right.
So allow me to do that for a moment.
Let's do that.
Okay. I care passionately about this game.
Very much so.
I'm trying to be the best at it. And even with that measured approach, I really just hate when people tell me that, hey, what you're doing doesn't matter.
It's not the thing that you're devoting yourself to isn't important.
Because that's this is what I chose to do.
It's important to me.
So if you're telling me, hey man, the thing you're doing doesn't matter, then fuck you. Why would you care about the results? Like, that's an insult, and I take offense at that.
Absolutely. And that is a defensible point right up until you publicly tell other people that the thing that they care about doesn't matter. Such as, I don't get why football players just don't kick the ball in between the goalposts every time. Why do they even hire these kickers? Their only job is to kick the ball.
No, you're reaching into the other filing cabinet for that one. That's ooh.
Why? But why don't they just do it right every time?
Well, now we're.
Oh wait, are these completely incompatible sentiments, belying total hypocrisy?
Well, now we're describing the same point from the same human being, and that makes this stance not work.
Oh, it makes no sense now, actually.
Yeah.
So, for full context, I do not know the full context. I did not watch Ninja's whole stream. I've only seen the clip of him throwing a tantrum.
Why don't bowlers just get a perfect game every time?
A real thing that you said, but it's fine that you said it. You sounded silly, but you weren't like, why don't bowl it? You know, the tone was wildly different. You were just like, oh, you thought they were skilled enough that they could just do it, right?
Turns out there's oil in the lanes.
But you know, so
I'll never forget bowling oil.
I didn't watch the whole thing, so I might be mistaken. But if I had to guess, it really looks.
Who are you? I am.
It really looks like Ninja was playing on stream, and he did badly in a game, and started to get kind of salty, and some guy just said, "It's just a game, bro," and he just popped off of just that. And was like, no, and basically, no, it's not. And then instead of realizing that he's having like a emotional reaction, which everyone has all the time, no one's perfect, and I and you have had them live on camera, and then got, okay, wait, I'm being a baby, right? He decided, no, I am right. Not just right factually, but morally. You know?
Yeah, there's a moment after you come back down where you have to choose which way to take it. And then you can go the more humbling route, or you can go the double down.
Yeah.
And then, hey, if you double down, well, now you're in it.
And now I'm not only going to double down, I'm going to triple down, because everybody who doesn't agree with me is just a loser. They're not trying hard enough. They don't want it bad enough.
Yeah, well, you know.
One guy was a hero in this thing.
You know, you know what? Like, I don't know. I hear that there's things that you can do to, like, you know, not necessarily get all that bubbled up rage exploding in the moment of loss. I hear there's tips.
There's some tips.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take a break.
Mm-hmm.
Take a 5-minute break. Maybe your blood sugar's low. You can go into the kitchen, make yourself say, "Ow, no, wait, that's not gonna work."
You could always, before you go live, just say the N-word like 50 times
into a mirror,
just to get it all out there.
Just okay, listen. You gotta go to that mirror. You gotta go to that mirror, and you gotta look at that mirror. You gotta look in your face. You gotta look at the way your lips move when you do it.
You need to make sure that they're all full throated.
Yeah.
You gotta get them full throated, dead in the eye.
Not just hard R, but a hard R roll. Yeah.
You gotta see it.
You gotta growl it.
Feel it.
Yeah.
Right, and then it's out.
All right. Is it fully out?
It's out.
Is it fully out? Do you still have some frustration?
You've expended the full meter.
All right, so you might still have some frustration. Maybe it's not racial. Okay, so why not clean off your couch of the floor, the foreclosure and bankruptcy notices. Turn your sound on, but not your video, and start jerking off. Do you think
calm the nerves?
Just calm the nerves.
Calm the nerves.
Just calm the nerves.
Get yourself.
Last time there was no sound but some video.
Yes.
But maybe you tried the other way. Maybe this time no video, just sound.
Do what you got to do to feel your way through. You know, just
Yeah.
get in the right headspace. And you know what?
Yeah.
While you're doing it,
Yeah.
throw out a couple of N-bombs.
Why not?
Just combine the two.
Why not?
Just do both at the same time. You'll have the perfect stream after that.
You know, if you're midstream and you know none of this worked and you're feeling antsy, you know, just tell everyone that you're gonna take a break, and then you can go to your ceremonial bottle and take a piss into your bottle, because that's natural. That's how it works. It's unnatural to piss in toilets. All right. On the way back to your chair,
relieve.
maybe yell at your girlfriend a little bit like a piece of shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know, make sure that she sees your collection of bottles
Lined up.
as a form of asserting dominance.
Yeah. These bottles, they dominate.
Assert dominance with the bottles stacked up. This is all very important. This will calm the nerves.
And you know what? If none of that works, you can always, you know, if you really want that little thrill to get rid of that anxiety that you're feeling, that frustration, you can magically rise from your wheelchair after forgetting to go to your splash screen and regain the use of your legs spontaneously. A miracle by all standards. And then, you'll have to deal with the explanation when you sit back down. But, you know, it was worth it for that moment. Getting to read the chat in the bathroom.
Full-throated hard R, deep nut,
Yeah.
wheelchair miracle,
Into the piss bottle.
piss bottle dominance.
There we go. That's the combo right there.
The perfect stream. The perfect stream.
What could be better than this?
Not a single dropped frame.
Not a single dropped drop.
Done and done. We got all the fluids covered.
Got it. Yeah, we got it.
Contained. It's the hyper combo finish. KO. It's beautiful.
Stream Celebrity has created a fucking new world of embarrassment.
And therefore, a higher, deeper laugh
Yeah.
when you bring it all together. When you stop and consider for a moment the absurdity that is this. That is this all in all its glory.
The longer someone is live, unedited, and uninterrupted, the more likely it is that the mask falls away. I actually don't like the mask view of people. I don't like the idea that most of these people are actually secretly evil, and there's just look for it. Just you'll see the crack.
I discovered the existence of a term called a sleep stream.
A sleep stream.
I discovered that yesterday.
Tell me about a sleep stream.
It's a stream that's on while someone sleeps.
That's super against the rules. And like explicitly.
Well,
Twitch is like, do not fall asleep on stream. You can get banned for that.
it exists. And I saw someone posting their sleep stream. And I was like, huh. And it's like not like, oh, I'm playing the game and then oops, I dozed off. Like, no, nappy nap, pillow and sheet.
Yeah.
As the camera's rolling and a bunch of fucking like text and whatever is all over it and overlays are there. And shit's wild. Shit's wild, bruh. I hope your mic can pick up your sleep farts.
Nice.
That's what people are tuning in for, right?
They're tuning in for something.
You gotta clip it and get in those brap threads.
Brap.
Okay, listen, dude.
Coming to the Stadia soon. Brap.
It's getting way too inside at this point.
Is it?
It's becoming nonsense.
Yeah, well, fuck it.
Listen, all I wanted to talk about...
It's a weird job. It's a weird life we live.
So. But, you know, you're talking about online. We're talking about ranked versus player matches, right? And how the difference between those two
Yeah.
is something you can, you know, you can clarify and clear up some of these feelings.
Yeah.
For fun and for glory.
Hey, you want to hear a funny story about mistakes that happen on stream? I thought it would be really funny.
Or you could just swerve off completely.
Yeah, I know.
All right,
I just fine. I didn't have a way to get back to this.
Get it out.
I thought it'd be really funny last week making fun of Ninja to make a joke at his expense and saying that when we were done with the topic that we were going to ban the N-word from my chat.
Oh.
So please, no one, no more ninjas. Which I thought was pretty funny at the time.
Sure.
Until I realized that if you asterisk out all the middle letters,
Yes,
it's completely invisible as to what people are saying.
Yes.
And was like, well, I fucked up on this one.
Also, you know that, like, people humorously replace words, and they use ninja as in ninja please and what up my ninja and so
I
on
thought
and
that
so
was
forth.
a Naruto fan thing.
No.
I did not know that that was widespread.
No, it is an actual replacement for nigger. Like, actually.
Sick! Awesome!
That's
Good to know now!
established. Okay?
Yeah!
Got you up to speed. Just make sure you're
Can
aware.
we get a fucking handbook for this?
I'll be your handbook.
You were too slow on this one.
All right, well, here, you want another one?
Yeah.
Mondays.
Mondays?
Yes.
Oh, everybody hates Mondays. There it is, yeah.
So, if you ever hear
That's fucking hilarious!
if you ever catch context on that one, make sure you know.
That shit cracks me up, man.
Make sure you know. Make sure
That
you
is
know.
dedication to secret racism.
Everybody,
I fucking love
you
it.
need to be aware. You know, there's a history of this. There's a whole lot of them. You know. Yeah.
Language is fun, isn't it?
Yep. What do you call a philanthropist billionaire that just won a Nobel Prize but happens to be black?
You handled this one.
We already said it.
I defer to.
It's the unexpected straight punch.
Okay.
All
right.
It's just the N-word.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't do that.
You know it. Yeah. So there you go. You need to understand what you're stepping into when.
Wait a second. You can't be the fucking handbook guide. You're the guy who we talked about just a couple months ago. That if I came in here and was like, "Hey, man, I'm thinking about doing blackface," you'd be like, "Great idea. That's so good. Let me help you."
I got charcoal.
Yeah, I see. See, he's no help. He's no help.
I mean, look,
Don't worry about it, Pat.
All right.
Everybody says it.
dude. Dude, I got this. All right. Listen.
No, that one's out of date. No, nobody cares.
Here's how we do it. Okay? Nowadays, there's something called a cleansing mask.
Yeah.
Okay? You use it to get rid of bumps and pores and bad blackheads and things in the skin.
Yeah.
You just put on a cleansing mask.
A cleansing mask.
Right? And then you peel it off,
Yeah.
and then your face is better, and it's washed, and it's clean.
Yeah.
But first, you have to put on the mask.
Yeah.
So why would anyone have a problem if you were just cleaning your face by putting on a nice cleansing mask that happened to be dark? I mean, who cares what color it is? It's just cleaning your face, bro.
See, I know people who use those cleansing masks.
Yeah.
And every time they wear them, I'm like,
Yeah.
but they're green.
No, well, there's really, really dark ones. There's really, really dark ones. And then all you do is you peel it off.
So what you're saying is I should do the next podcast and really clean up my pores and do
Clean.
the whole podcast in a cleansing mask.
Cleansing mask.
Really cleanse the spirit too.
Starts dark, ends up clean. You know?
Once you get rid of the dark.
Yep. And I got the lights, we got the cameras ready to go.
Hey, camera. Hello.
Whenever you need it, I'm here for you. We can
and then
broadcast to
And
the
then when
world.
I come in with my cleansing mask, you're gonna be like, "Hey, Pat, your lips look a little chapped."
I think you should probably do something about those chapped lips. Now, I know you're considering.
I'm not really a big fan of chapstick.
I know you're considering chapstick, but let me tell you that chapstick is not going to cut it.
It's not gonna cut it.
You're not getting the wonderful raspberry flavors that you could
You think
get.
my lips could really pop if I
You
if
could
I
get
went
some
raspberry?
raspberry flavors by getting some proper, like, flavored chap, you know, and it comes in, it adds life. It adds life. You don't want dry, pale lips. You want rougey, live,
the pop.
vivacious.
Yeah, okay.
Vivacious lips.
Wait a second. Are you trying to trick me?
No!
Are you going to set up a pre-stream mirror before this so I can get it all out?
I'm trying to tell you that like this is where YouTube is going.
Oh yeah.
Makeup tutorials.
Oh yeah, you know what? You're right. Makeup tutorials, big money.
You need to evolve with the times. The antebellum times.
Okay.
You need to evolve. You need to keep the brand going.
This man is not to be trusted. This man is not to be trusted. If he gives you advice of almost any appearance or language-based nature, you do not trust this man.
This dude is, you're ridiculous with it. I'm just giving you your tips, okay? So look, what happens, right? You see people wearing the mask, and then what? They cut the cucumbers.
Yeah, you got the cucumbers.
You put the cucumbers on the eyes. Who's gonna misconstrue the situation, right? But here's the problem, though. Cucumbers are kind of dated.
They are a little dated,
right?
They may not be the best.
They're not the best. Apparently, I heard, I don't know how true it is, but apparently watermelons do a really good job replacing what the cucumbers used to do, so that you get the cleansing mask, you get the raspberry lipstick, then you get yourself not cucumbers, one of the better fruits.
Yeah.
One of the better fruits.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe a watermelon, but I don't, it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
We'll figure that bridge out when we get there, right? I'll do a run.
But the watermelon's too big. How are you gonna get the slice over your eye?
You know, we'll figure it out. Well, like I'll do a run. I'll cut it up. I'll see how it goes. We'll try to make it work. You know, we might just have to position it. Whatever. You might just have to hold it. We'll see. It's not important, right? But then you put it all together, and that's the new YouTube.
Right there.
Right there.
That's good. That's good.
All right.
Is this your way of working twice as hard?
I will publish that video myself proudly and loudly. I will let everyone know. You know? I mean, like at that point you should just cross media. Get it on Twitter. Just right out there.
Yeah, blow it up. Call the papers. Look, I got this new face routine. Cleans up the pores, gets out all the evil.
Perfect for February. There's only a week left in the month because it's the weather.
Yeah.
Right now.
Are you breaking down?
It's the weather.
Yeah?
Right now, that's perfect outside. February is the perfect month to get yourself a nice cleanse.
That's right.
You know, you understand. I think you get it. Where was I?
I don't know. I don't know where we even started now.
I was somewhere, and I'm going to find it. Give it a second.
Like, that rolled off the rails into a new town.
We were talking about...
what we're saying is that live content is fun.
Live content, the blow up, holding the L.
Yeah.
Fortnite, the ranked match, ranked versus player. I played Under Night in Birth, EX Late Clear. Uniclear.
What's up with the title screen?
Unclear. Oh, it's not even about that. This is a problem that's existed since fucking Street Fighter 4.
Right.
Minor thing, but it's just like, yeah, if you want to catch yourself, if you want to notice new OCDs that you never knew you had, buy a fighting game and then buy the update to it, and notice that depending on the console, in a lot of cases, the update will apply. You'll get all the new content, but none of it will be displayed until you press start on the old title screen.
Oh, that sucks.
With the old intro, and you click on the old thumbnail on your cross media bar.
Yeah, not a fan of that
because it doesn't completely update. Happened with Street Fighter. Happened with Guilty Gear.
Binding of Isaac does that.
Yeah,
you buy Binding of Isaac Rebirth, and then you buy Afterbirth and Afterbirth Plus and all these expansions, which are new games, but on Steam Isaac Rebirth.
It sucks.
Yeah, that sucks ass.
Gets like and a minor thing every time, but something about this one where like if you just buy the full thing of Uniclear, then you'll get the new intro. There's a new intro and a new title screen, and like you'd get all of that. I mean, it's the most minor nonsense, but it's just a little irk where I'm like, motherfucker, I just bought the update. All right, and essentially what it did is it just updated the older version to have the new character and have the new moves and balance changes. In
That's
the title,
really goofy.
you know. So what they did though was that they made it so that let's say you don't buy the new version, you want to keep playing the older one, you won't get the new character, but you'll still get all the updates to every previous character.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you don't get stuck in a world of old version game fuck off. You get to play the old version, not the new character, but the old characters get their new shit.
All right.
Yeah. That's, you know, but the trade-off, of course, is this kind of shit.
I heard that Uniclear's netcode is it's delay-based.
Yep.
But it is one of the best delay-based compared to ArcSys.
I mean, it's you know, it's still delay-based. This is one of those things where, you know what doesn't work. Functional delay based is less bad than bad rollback.
Well, luckily enough, we got a news story about that.
We'll get there. I just wanted to mention that Uniclear has a really fun update that
and that game's good too.
It's a good game. Has a really fun update that came with this new version of it, which was simple. After you play a ranked match with somebody, you can do a rematch to do the set. So you can do a first to 3, right? Which is a thing that's existed in a couple of different games for now.
Yeah.
But once the set is done, you can click rematch unranked.
Yeah.
So you can choose to continue playing with that person without them feeling like, oh, you're trying to rob my points.
It's great. It's like, hey, were these good matches? And both of you are down for more. Let's go to a room.
Let's go play each other. And and it's great because it encourages learning and teaching, and it gets ego and pride out of the equation, because someone that's like, I'd be down, but I don't want to lose my points, right? I feel like I just won those. I'll take that win. Great. Well, now let's go and fucking have fun, you know, and maybe build a rapport here.
I remember having moments in which I'd keep, you know, that streak where you keep running into the same person over and over and over in ranked.
Yes.
And a guy beat my ass 9 times in a row.
Yes.
And then I win 1. And I'm like, yeah.
Samurai Showdown.
And then the next time they rank up, quit.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
I'm like, you fucking coward.
Exactly.
Bitch.
Exactly. Yeah.
You motherfucker.
There's no limit on the Sam Show rematch, even though for points. It's kind of silly. But I've talked about that earlier. So this is basically putting the run back as a feature in the game.
That's great. That's great.
I think everything should have that type of quality of life. Right, and it universally encourages a positive thing. You know, you can choose not to play at all if you just want to keep grinding, do what you want to do. But if you're in the spirit, there's a button right there to just have a fun educational session with somebody. Yeah, the run back.
Play Uniclear. It's a good game.
Uniclear is good. And then just 2 little bits. One, so having completed Spec Ops, having completed Doom, new LP started.
Oh, you completed Doom?
Yes. Finished Doom.
That game's great.
Fucking amazing. Super good. And again, I just need to give the biggest, boldest shout outs to Samuel Hayden and his Optimus Prime-esque vibe.
Yeah.
Because I fucking love everything about
the way
he sounds. I believe the meme is, I only poo-poo farted for the sake of humanity.
That's about right. That's about right, Sam.
Yay at that. Yay to wherever things are gonna go.
They're going to Earth.
Cool. For sure. No doubt. So started a new LP. We cracked open the tin on something that I've been pushing, you've been pushing, we've been pushing for a while now, but never actually sat and recorded, and that is Vanquish. So the Bayonetta Vanquish pack has officially come out.
It's graced us.
I'm glad that this game has found a way to exist in this current generation, because it deserves more attention. More always.
Vanquish is a good game.
Who would have thought? Turns out another Shinji Mikami game deserves some attention.
What?
Right. And now you can, even though you have to get like Bayo 1 with it or whatever. It's still, you got the 2-pack there. So yeah, cracked it open, but Min never played it, so he's playing.
Okay.
So I'm giving him some of the tips and tricks that I've learned over the years.
Shoot the cigarette.
You can shoot the cigarette. Yep, that's a good one.
Do it.
Yep. There's a couple others, and the game gets mechanically nonsensically complex at times, but
Vanquish still has my favorite pop-off of any game ever.
Yeah, where it goes.
Because it's a pop-off that you're like, if I hadn't beaten most of the game up until this point, I literally would not be able to do this.
It's the feeling. It's a feeling.
Oh,
it's a vibe.
Oh, it's so good.
It's a vibe. But so yeah, but in the meantime, I'm kind of like giving a couple of tips and tricks, and like there's a lot of advanced tech in that game that is like approaching Smash levels of like what you got to do with your hands and
yeah,
you know, exploiting the system. But like you know, when if you decide to play the game on like God hard or something, then like you fucking need that stuff.
You sure do.
You know, so it's an interesting thing because I'm in the coach role right now. And, you know, he knows cover shooters, obviously. Gears of War is one of his favorites.
I don't know if I would call Vanquish a cover shooter.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
The mistake a lot of people made playing it is thinking that it was, because it looks like one for all intents and purposes. And the problem is that the game doesn't give you enough of an understanding that you don't have to play it as a cover shooter.
You really don't.
You can stick and move, but it's going to be hard, and you're going to have to learn to stick and move. But boy, like, I mean, you still have to cover and shoot
every now and then.
Well, no,
you have a meter.
Yeah, you have to cover and shoot when when the time comes, and it's the majority of what you're doing. Let's not make it seem as if the game is not about covering and shooting, but it's just that the amount of covering and shooting you're doing in most other cover shooters, in this game, you can cut that time in like half.
Yeah, the cover shooter was best defined by the phrase "stop and pop," whereas Vanquish would be stop and then like a tire screech and then pop.
And Vanquish is the game where the action is happening as you're moving to the next cover.
Mm-hmm.
It's not at the cover and then you move and then you next cover. You're shooting and the action is happening in the movement, you know? So anyway, there's a lot to learn. And I'm throwing a lot out there, and it was a little overwhelming at first. Definitely, I'm trying to just be like, I don't want a backseat to the point where it's like you have
paralysis.
Yeah, there's too much to do, you know. But I'm introducing them as we kind of come across it, and you know, it really does make the game is fucking hard.
Yeah,
if you're approaching it like cold for the first time. So some of these little tips I think are like really important to know, like the grenade drop is something that you're gonna want to fucking know.
Yes.
Right off the bat, which for example is when you're boosting on your knees on Vanquish, the moment you stop boosting, Sam does a little like handstand flip back onto his feet. If you drop a grenade while he's doing that handstand, the grenade drops right on the ground in front of you, as opposed to football Hail Marying it down the field.
Yeah.
So those are useful situations to be in. So a lot of little things like that where you're like, you're going to want to have a little of that as you stick and move. It's also a game where if you miss the QTE, reload the fucking checkpoint and do the QTE again because it's worth it.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times. This is what happens when you give Putin
a robot.
When you give him a mecha suit, a body of power armor, this is what we get.
You know, what a great antagonist that has zero personality at all.
Well, the personality is...
all I can remember is the design of the suit.
The personality is, like...
he can fly.
For the motherland, though.
Like, in my mind, his personality is he's a fucking piece of paper, but it's like, oh, his can fly? That's bullshit. And that's it. That's the whole... that's...
Das Vidania.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, crack that open. And KOTOR continues. KOTOR is great. Loving KOTOR too. People are starting to get a little confused about some of the decisions.
I'm a little confused.
I'm a little confused. But I'm effectively, you know, I'm adhering to the way of the light. It's just that sometimes when you do a light side decision,
Uh-huh.
it's light side later. Might not be light side right. It's just it's for the greater picture. In the grand total, this small gesture might seem like something that is not light, and God forbid it might seem dark. I don't know. Would the music cue of dark points gained indicate that maybe it wasn't a good move? Maybe. But in the grand scheme, when we get to the end of the road, it will be for the greater good, and thus it is a true light side run. If you need that Twi'lek, whore on stage dancing to make you money so that you can play Pizak to get more money to fuel your quest to save the galaxy, then that is light side deferred. That is for the greater good.
There's a word for what you're doing right now. It's intellectually dishonest, sophistic masturbation. I.e., you're jerking yourself off with your own bullshit. If anyone who's listening to the audio version of this, while Wooly was talking, I was doing that phantom jerk-off motion the whole time. Because that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing right now.
So I'm being a Jedi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good game.
Go fuck yourself with that bullshit.
Good game. Good game. You know.
Griffith did nothing wrong because in the end it'll all turn out into a perfect kingdom.
Well, we don't know yet. He's got to fucking finish playing his games and then eventually get to the end of the story. We'll have yet to find out.
I want you to feel bad, the fact that I just said Griffith did nothing wrong as a joke, and you said, well, we don't know yet. You should feel bad.
Hey, man.
No. Not okay. Not okay to do.
Hey. All right? Sometimes you've got to optimize, and sometimes you're looking at a means to a means to a means.
This utilitarian view of morality in a magic universe is complete garbage, and you know it. But good hustle.
Light side deferred.
Fuck that. That's so stupid.
Light now, light later. Later. It'll eventually be a light side decision. That's all. Eventual light side. Well, anyway. Good game.
If people want to check that shit out, where would they do so, Wooly?
You can come on over to have a good old time over at Wooly Versus. Wooly Wolves on Twitter. Wooly Versus on YouTube. Wooly Versus on Twitch. Yeah, I think you've gotten a proper hors d'oeuvre of our offerings, so you can sample at your heart's content and taste.
It's a little cheese plate.
Little cheese plate. Little cheese plate. There you go. And what about you, sir?
Oh, I did the plug. I did the Pat Stares At thing.
Okay.
Doing RE6 this week, but also tomorrow I'll be doing. I'm going to challenge myself to see who shows up to what I'm going to intentionally create is probably the most boring Final Fantasy XIV stream I can manage. Going to do a weekly, and then I'm going to level a crafter to 80 on stream, which means I'm going to be talking with the chat a good bit. Because I'm just going to be sitting there and hitting buttons.
Oh, I did that at the end of Saturday after Salt Party. What had an abrupt ending.
Yeah.
I kind of was like, you know what? Well, before we go, let me just fucking do something else. And I cracked open Legend of Bumbo.
Yeah.
Which, you know, the
Bumbo ended up.
I bumboed it up. And then I did 2 really good runs. And the second one took a long time. Went till about 2 a.m. on it. And I basically went ASMR mode.
Yeah. Hey, everybody.
Click the buttons. Yep. I'm playing a puzzle game. You're watching me play a puzzle game at 2 in the morning. It is what it is. I've been streaming for fucking 7 hours.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, but that's where it went.
To those of you who are actually confused, I will be teaching people how to level their crafters if you're at all interested in doing that for 14. Because it's a process. and it's a process I can help you with.
Yep.
I won't tell you how to make money, though, because go fuck yourself.
And when's that?
That'd be tomorrow at 8 p.m. at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
There you go.
RE6 is on Wednesday. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up about RE6. It'll be Wednesday. I'm not doing it tomorrow.
Okay. Hey, you know what I just realized?
What's that?
That remember how remember when there was some folks that were just like, God, just change the podcast officially to Wednesday, assholes.
That's right.
And it's like,
we just hit like 4 or 5 Mondays in a row,
and it remains indefinitely set to that date.
That's crazy.
That thought is the most temporary lash out in
Don't
the
worry,
world.
that thought will come around again.
At some point.
At some point.
When it happens. But for otherwise, we're in the middle of the norm. And when we're in the middle of the norm, that thought doesn't occur. It only occurs when there's a couple of them that hit. But the grand scheme continues to be Monday.
You know how I feel about this? You know how I feel about that? I got a really in-depth, nuanced a series of thoughts on that. And it's, why don't we officially change the podcast date for real to my nuts?
Damn. That's saltier than me.
I just really think it's funny, like almost childlike hilarious, to tell people that the answer to a question is my nuts. Or D's nuts if I'm feeling spicy.
Boondocks?
Nope.
Oh.
Don't know where I got it.
Okay.
Don't know where.
There's a really good episode of the Boondocks.
Yeah.
That, let's just say that a large, ridiculous hijinks quest.
Yes.
The answer is revealed to be D's nuts.
Yeah.
And it literally involves a dead man.
Okay.
Like a corpse.
Yeah.
and it leads up to D's nuts, though. And it's just...
If I ever got...
It's great.
If I ever got a tattoo, I would get the word D's tattooed on my left scrotum and my nuts tattooed on my right scrotum.
The most painful place you could do it.
Yeah, but when a message needs to be sent, it will be heard. Granted, I'll probably go to jail during the process, but a message will be heard. And the judge will be like, all right, that's pretty funny. You're free to go, sir.
Still a fan of the... that face when my friends tell me that the shocked Pikachu is a temporary meme that won't be relevant soon.
And then you post
shocked Pikachu. Such a good tattoo.
Hey, before we move on to news, this has nothing to do with shit, but anybody who likes fighting games and Evo should check out Mighty Keef's newest Evo video about he plays the characters that are the fighting games. You know this guy, Mighty Keef?
Yes. He does a lot of really good videos of like basically he's acting with himself, and he acts like every game, and every game has a different personality that is fitting of the community.
My personal highlight on this one is Tekken Man way in the back,
right?
Just doing the Millie Rock with the giant mullet.
This is
in
the guy,
kitchen.
Mango Nation.
Yeah,
that's
the guy. Yeah,
right. Or Uniclear in the back, just going ha.
His newest one with Uniclear and the new Marvel shit.
The new Marvel
and
shit.
Smash is just it's
It's
incredible.
me, baby. Yeah. It's
not
great.
this year, baby.
Yeah. Those are fun. And you know what? They stick to the simple meme format.
Yeah.
Of just like putting the logo over the face.
Yeah.
Of the thing.
Done.
You just get it. It's right away. Yeah. Okay. Understood.
That is Street Fighter, isn't it? That is Uniclear, isn't it?
He gets it.
Good one, Uniclear.
Way back in the corner over there. Yeah. He's good. He's great. You're right. So let's roll in.
All right. Before we do that, if you'll excuse me, I need to use the washroom for a quick moment.
Well, while you do that, I'll take a quick word from our sponsors.
Preemptive thank you, sponsors.
Perfect timing. This week, the podcast is sponsored by Honey. What is Honey?
It's great.
It's great. Online shopping made easy by, not complicating the process because if you want to find coupon codes, this is a pretty simple way to do it. It's a free online shopping tool that saves you money online by automatically finding you the best promo codes and applying them to your cart, which makes online shopping feel as easy as it's supposed to be. So basically, if you're shopping at one of your favorite sites online and it works with like Target, Best Buy, Sephora, Macy's, eBay, Etsy, Walmart, etc. Ton of examples. When you check out, there's a little box that drops down, and you click apply coupons and wait for a few seconds. It'll scan for every promo code that you can find and watch the prices drop. So that's pretty much it. Having taken a look at it, I definitely can say that, like, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You click the button, you get the coupon code, you buy the thing that you were going to buy anyway that ooh, excuse me. You buy the thing you wanted to get, except you save some money on it. It's pretty straightforward. I believe on their site it says that yeah, they pretty much have an established relationship with many different vendors that and I think, yeah, the way it kind of works is like there's a commission that they're making on some of those sales, but ultimately it is saving you money with the coupon that you can get with Honey. So I definitely think you guys should be aware of the fact that they've got over 18 million members, over $2 billion in savings online. They support over 30,000 stores, and they're adding more every day. So that's why there's over 100,000 5-star reviews on the Google Chrome store. So not using it is literally passing up free money. Not using Honey is literally passing up free money.
Don't give away free money.
It's free to use and installs in just 2 clicks. Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thanks, Honey.
Thank you, Honey.
It's like a money sale.
You know what the funniest thing is? You know what rhymes with honey? Money.
There you go.
It's almost like bees knew what they were doing.
This week, Castle Super Beast is also sponsored by DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash, what up?
So, folks, you know what the deal is. You're on your path in life, wherever that may be.
Wherever it may lead.
You're trying to, make it to the next evolution of whatever it is you were trying to accomplish. It might be a student in school looking to get to, whatever graduate paper thing you get. Or a job where you want to get that old promote. Or you might just be doing nothing and you might be aspiring to get the next nothing. Well, listen, you got to work hard at that. You got to work hard at doing nothing. And that's why you can't be bothered with going out and dealing with food nonsense. It's something you got to do, and it's something that wastes your time if you have to go out and do it. And that's why DoorDash brings the food to you.
Listen, if you have to go out and get food, you have to change out of your pajamas.
Already, that's a loss.
That's a loss.
How many losses do you need to take in the day? Putting your shoes on? Socks?
Come on.
Right?
No, loss after loss.
Exiting the door, hitting that sunlight, doing all kinds of...
Getting 10 feet from your door, thinking, did I lock the door? Walking back,
do
yes,
you
did lock the door.
Like 15 losses just to grab a bite? Or do you want to get that delicious bite brought straight to you so you can focus on what you need to focus on?
Hit a couple buttons, keep doing what you're doing. The food will arrive.
Possibly nothing. Possibly something. So win back some me time. New year, new you. And you want me time. All the me time you can get by ordering with DoorDash. Focus on you and what you got to do. Not this nonsense out there. All the losses you take. Experiencing all that trash. Get it brought to you. DoorDash brings America's flavors to your door. They've already got over 310,000 restaurant partners in 4,000 cities.
Bless you.
Ooh. Excuse me.
That's a couple of choices of foods.
Throat's acting up. That number's going up.
Yeah, I noticed.
That number's going up.
I noticed. We've done the read in the past, and that number was not 310. It was 300, I think.
It was, and 4,000 from, it used to be another number of cities. We got even more. And so there you go. And they got door-to-door delivery in all 50 states, Puerto Rico, Canada, Australia, all your local go-tos, all your favorite national restaurants. You got all of them on the list, so you don't have to worry about your next meal. Invest in yourself. Invest in your future.
Invest in your time.
Invest in your time, your found time. Right now, listeners can get $5 off their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter code SUPERBEAST. That's $5 off your first order when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code SUPERBEAST. Don't forget, that's code SUPERBEAST for $5 off your first order with DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Thank you. Okay, so on to news.
Hey, it's the news. Guess what time it is? Hey! You know what's great? When developers improve their games. Do you think that's great?
Hot off the jump.
Yeah, fuck it. It's all I want to talk about this week.
When developers improve their games, good things happen.
Isn't that good when they improve it?
Generally speaking.
So why would I be talking about this now? Will they take it away?
Street Fighter V?
What?
Street Fighter V.
They recently improved it, right?
Street Fighter V.
They improved the netcode.
Street Fighter V.
Ah! Say it! Ah!
All right. So there's two quote-unquote versions of the story.
Yes.
Because there's the hot take.
Which was hot.
And then there's the medium take.
Which is still hot.
There's the measured take. Which, yes, it is not quite as spicy and hot as the hot take, but the measured take still might burn the tongue.
Still radiates many heats.
You gotta blow the fork. So, here is the simple.
Backstory first.
Not too long ago, we talked about how bad the netcode in Street Fighter V was forever.
It's bad.
And it sucks because they actually did implement rollback, but they implemented it poorly.
And it's double frustrating because they did a much better job with Marvel Infinite, which uses the same netcode, but better.
Cross Tekken had rollback.
Wow!
So we go back as early as 2008 to find out that GGPO and rollback netcode has been a problem solved 12 years ago.
Wow.
Nonetheless, here we are, and it was successfully implemented into certain games, but in this case, for one reason or another, it was implemented poorly. What ends up happening is a lot of people see teleporting, one-sided rollback moments.
Yeah, where all the rolling back goes to one person.
And basically, if we just, if you want to get to the core of it without understanding the nitty-gritty, what you're looking at is a situation where your characters are teleporting around as things that you do in your game are conflicting with things that a simulated version of the game thinks you're doing.
The long and short of it is that when a Street Fighter V match is good, it's good. When it's bad, it's an unholy, teleporty, nonsensical shit mess that can barely be played.
Great. So that was the situation. Then along came Altimore.
Oh, hey, Altimore, what's up? How are you doing today?
A user on the Reddit who posted a simple thread that we talked about not too long ago, which was quite to the point. It was, hey, Capcom, I fixed your netcode. It took me 2 days. If the game was open source, it would have taken me half an hour.
Just put this in your folder.
And your netcode will work on PC, obviously.
Yeah.
Done.
So what happens? Well, turns out that Altimore's netcode dramatically improves net play for the people who have it.
Yes.
And can fuck it up and one-side the problems to the people who don't. But if you both have it, it's smooth sailing.
Perfectly.
And then a follow-up.
A second version of it got made by someone else who basically improved on that idea by allowing you to continue to use it without fucking up one-sided unpatched people.
Which means that it was win chicken dinner all the way down Mr. Sinner.
You tried. If you both have it, then you get the great stuff. If one of you has it, then you get the normal stuff. And if you're doing crossplay, then it's fine.
Yeah.
So the superior patch did eventually come out as like the update to that, right?
Still the net negative for PS4 players because, I mean, they can't do that.
But ultimately, the idea was what it was. And the fan patch came out and fixed it for a whole lot of people.
And for a brief moment in time, Street Fighter V was fun to play online.
Well, the important... there's a lot of things, but like I really do want to harken back to that netcode video with Keats because it's important, and part of what is said there is that when you improve the netcode, it doesn't just make a better experience for people. It doesn't just make it so that people who are having matches get less frustrated at those matches.
Right.
It allows you to expand the circle of matches you can play
by a lot,
because suddenly many more people are viable. And when that many people are viable, it becomes easier to match you up with someone approaching your skill level. So the blowouts happen less.
I remember playing.
So the fun happens more.
Third Strike Online Edition against Japanese players, and it was fine. It was completely fine.
Yeah.
It wasn't perfect, but it was fine. I remember playing 3-4 years ago. I played against Max on his stream, and he's in fucking California, and it was like he was sitting next to me.
I personally love it when I encounter someone that fucking blows my ass out, because I'm like, oh, I gotta rip open and find out everything here. But in general,
when you're playing with nothing but killers, it can get really discouraging.
It can get extremely discouraging. Extremely. Not a little. Very. So this tech actually facilitates new players sticking with the game, because it gives you a wider pool to select from, and that pool will include people approaching the same skill level.
It's a knock-on effect that's all good. It's a little staircase of dominoes of like, nice thing happened, nice thing happened, nice thing happened.
Great. So everyone understandably then went and yelled at Capcom, and Ono got tagged in a bunch of tweets.
And he was like, we are aware. We were looking at
because boy, did people let him know.
Yeah.
And then they're like, yep. So championship edition's about to drop. And, you know, cue the Bernie Sanders meme. Once again, we are asking.
I don't know what the source of that meme is.
I
assume it's a political.
It's just Bernie Sanders asking for support. Yeah. And then once again, we are asking for your support for Seth with titties. You know, and
support given.
Great.
See those cowards trying to change the voice?
What cowards?
Cowards.
Fucking
cowards. Bitches.
You off with you. Deepen that voice. Give me more bass.
Okay. His voice is already really deep.
It's pretty deep.
If it's deeper than that, it's gonna sound weird.
Okay. All right. We don't have to double down. It's where it needs to be. It's where it needs to be. Anyway, cowards nonetheless. They're weak.
They're weak,
and they should feel ashamed. When that drops, everyone's like, well, perfect opportunity, right? Because, hey, guess what? You know what's really embarrassing? When fans fix a problem that you didn't touch for 4 years.
Fast.
Right? It's been literally since 2016.
I think Mike Z diagnosed this bug during the SF5 beta.
Sure did. No listen.
Yeah.
Not important. Not a high priority.
Not on this team.
Right? Not, and again, it's the clarification here. Not lazy. Known, but not high priority. Yeah, not according to the people.
Just not important.
The people who decide the priority of what needs to be fixed. Because devs are working on stuff, they get told what needs to be fixed, and someone decides to prioritize them. So eventually, the earth-shattering boom of everyone yelling about this does make its way, because it's the fact that it got fixed in 2 days, and it could have been even
by
faster.
An amateur, a non-developer.
Reverse engineering the situation.
Yeah.
Right? Great. So as expected, at some point, there needs to be a response to that. We cracked a few jokes personally on this podcast.
So I want to give full credit. Some people told me that I called it. No, Wooly, you called it, saying, wouldn't it be crazy if Championship Edition came out and said that we have now fixed the online system by disabling the patch?
Yes.
And then I repeated that as a different joke the next week.
And then I laughed at the idea, because it would be so absurdly bad. It would be so absurdly negative. It would be such an awful PR move to make that I couldn't imagine it happening.
Well, we're here.
But it didn't exactly happen.
It happened weird.
It didn't happen. But for a brief moment in time, we thought it did, and I couldn't believe it.
Yes, that's
true. I couldn't believe the possibility that parody came reality, because the first thing I saw was a tweet, and shout outs to Corey Bell. He's a member of the Sam Show FGC, cool guy, and he basically had a clip of like
him fighting Cody.
No, not that.
Oh, not that one.
This is Ultra David and
James Chen.
James Chen and James Chen and Ultra David on their show, finding out about the patch.
I just
when
realized
it happened
you
live.
always have to say James Chen and Ultra David. That's weird.
Ultra Chen TV.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Right? But them finding out about it, and then just kind of Oh, no.
visible size and
Right.
staring at the floor.
And this was early on in when it dropped, and we didn't quite know exactly what was going on because there were no details
No
given.
patch notes of any
They
kind.
just said, hey, the adjustment has been made. Please take a look. And then they said, give us some feedback.
Network functionality has been adjusted. Something
The thing they do.
astonishingly vague.
Yeah. Like literally, and it's the same type of patch notes we used to get back in the day with like gameplay balance changes, where it was just like the move response has been adjusted.
The old Smash notes are the funniest because they were literally like various gameplay adjustments.
Yeah,
and that was the whole thing. It's like, why even put the fucking note out?
What is the point? What is the point? You know,
I love reading fucking patch notes.
Of course you do. We've talked about this a lot of times as well. It is like when you, it is a peek into the how blind the developer wants the player to be to these mechanics.
Yeah.
But it's ignorant because the developer at that point, by hiding those patch notes, is acting as if people aren't figuring this out anyway.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, and it's not just us. People love patch notes. I've done 3 or 4 streams that are multiple hours long of me reading and going through like MMO patch notes.
It's
and
effective.
People are eating that shit up because you get to this thing of like, the cooldown on this has been reduced by 2 seconds. I'm like, oh my god, that's incredible!
It's effectively reducing the it's like it's trying to pretend that it can like it's trying to pretend that like, hey, players, don't analyze our game.
It's trying to pretend it's back in 1994.
Right? It's trying to disincentivize players from analyzing the game and breaking it down to that level, which they're doing anyway because they like the game and they like breaking things down to that degree. And it's so dumb because it's just out of touch with what people are actually doing. So hiding those patch notes make, and then furthermore, if you betray your intentions, then it also is trying to inoculate yourself from being called out for a bad decision because a top player that knows better might say, hey, that's a bad idea objectively and here's why.
Oops.
Right? Shout outs to Rising Thunder and its patch notes, which say, here's what we changed, here's why we changed it, and here's what it was supposed to be, but what it does now.
Yeah, my favorite type of patch notes is either directly in it or associated with usually a live broadcast of like, hey, we're changing this.
Yes.
This is why we're changing it.
Yeah. Killer Instinct streams were great. Killer Instinct streams were a lot of fun. We got to watch Keats walk through those characters and go, so here's what you can do now, and da-da-da-da-da, right? Dawn of War went super in-depth with their patch notes as well. Mm-hmm. And I always had mad respect for the level that they broke it down.
Shout outs to the Hat in Time patch notes that apologized to me personally.
Sure.
That was a fucking trip.
But I just love the idea of just like, here's what this thing was supposed to do, and here's what it ended up doing. So here's why we changed it and how we expect you to use it. And it's like, thank you. Right? You're not creating things in a void without an idea of what you want the player to do, and you're not stifling creativity by saying this is the only way to play it. It's just describing the reason why your tool exists.
So let's pretend
we're getting off track.
Yeah, but let's pretend you're a fighting game player and the patch notes are shit got changed and that's it. Say they changed the delay or the recovery on Guile Sonic Boom, so you go to do your combo and it doesn't work anymore. What, you got to spend an afternoon going, oh yeah, this doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Instead of just reading it in one line and go, oh yeah, that's not going to work anymore.
Okay, but it might still work in the corner.
Yeah.
It might still work against big characters.
That's a whole day.
But certain characters that are normal to small sized, it will no longer work against.
It's bullshit.
Will you go and load up a training room match with everyone on the cast to figure that part out?
If you're a pro and it matters, yeah, you will.
But how about you make people that are trying to enjoy your game, how about you take away that rote, non-fun, 30 loading, like that full afternoon and a half to break all that down by saying what's going on. Fighting games are already difficult when you know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
It doesn't help to not tell people what they're supposed to do.
Or what they can no longer do.
So anyway.
So, these patch notes were obfuscated. Not useful. So what happened?
Well, the first thing everyone noticed was the fan patch obviously stopped working.
Now, granted, that was to be assumed because any patch was probably going to break it compatibility-wise.
Exploitations are always a threat. You got to close up vulnerabilities.
But even like just changing the chunks, right?
Yes.
Like it's going to point to the wrong
But at the bare minimum, the thought process would be we closed that loophole, made that incompatible, and did the exact same thing result-wise.
Right.
That is not what happened.
So the first time that I saw, before I saw anybody talking about it, I saw a tweet that was, "This is my first game online. Sorry, my second game online played with the new netcode." And I believe it featured a Cody teleporting like an asshole, just as bad as any match I'd ever seen or played, and went, "Sick! Great! Awesome! Good patch!"
Yeah. So, that was the fear, right? And immediately upon the drop, I remember I was like, dear fucking God, they did it. They did the thing that is not actually fixing it and removing the thing that works for people. That is embarrassing. That is embarrassing to fighting games, because that is the one most important feature you need right now. It's what new players require to stay on this. It does so much, and it was already handed, and then what we got was not that, right? The fear was that there was no adjustments made. Well, it took some time to figure out exactly what happened.
As because there were no patch notes, people had to dig and dig and dig.
And eventually, we figured out what happened.
There were adjustments.
There were adjustments, right? Definitely the first thought that, you know what, whatever, I'm scrolling, but it doesn't matter. I'll just go to the final take on it. The thing that we found out essentially was that there were adjustments for some people. They got way better results.
So if you already had a good connection, your results for the game probably significantly improved.
Shout outs to Mauve Cow on Twitter, who many people played for a while to get their impressions in on how they felt about whether things were improved for them or not. And eventually we got a further breakdown. So Capcom did put out a detailed write-up about what changes they made, because people went, "Can you fucking tell us what you did, please?"
No.
Because the wars are starting. And I'm like, here's a list of every game that used rollback. You're going to need this. Here you go. Quick reference for everybody. But yeah, Mauve basically went over it and was able to, in short summary, put together that they shrunk the window in which it allows the game to drift off from a desired frame differential, basically the gap between when two players have an increased latency amongst themselves.
So ideally, the teleports should be closer together.
The window now scales based on the ping to the other player, and as a consequence, it is much more aggressive about resyncing timing into the intended range mid-match.
So that's good.
The problem is that one-sided rollback still exists. The window is just tighter. Matches with unstable ping when sitting near a frame boundary can have excessive amounts of micro-stuttering as it attempts to correct itself, primarily syncing on ping rather than system timing, which causes the network effect to be stronger than it otherwise would be. So as a result, people who've already had very good connections will have the best results, no longer experience unacceptable amounts of one-sided latency. People on less stellar connections will struggle still and not be getting most out of rollbacks.
So they did improve the netcode in a way that people who have the best connections to other people will see some improvement, and the people who have shit experiences will continue to have shit experiences.
If you're in the middle, it will vary.
On top of that, the game still will pair you up. As Max did a really long talk about this right when it happened. Mm-hmm. But one of the bigger problems with it is that it will just pair you up with fucking anyone, and the bars don't matter for shit. The bars lie. Mm-hmm. That's why there was a big old meme on our subreddit that said, crazy Argentinian Ken is coming your way.
Another Brazilian Ken is coming your way.
Right? And it's like, why am I being matched up with a motherfucker in Brazil?
Match. Yeah.
That's not a 5-bar fucking match.
I'm just hearing the music with the announcer.
Yeah. So, what happened?
Well, that's what happened, right? And that's all there really is to it. And, there definitely is something to be said about possibly spreading misinformation and jumping a gun, which a lot of people did upon that first announcement. I certainly wrote up that scathing tweet on first reaction to hearing what was essentially Capcom taking out the fix and nothing else being changed. Thank God that turned out to be untrue. Yeah. Thank God I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
Right?
A little wrong.
So when that type of discussion happens, and there are folks that are going, dude, you're jumping the gun, right? You don't know this. This is not factual. You're spreading misinformation. I understand that there's a lot of people that like look at fighting game information from me. So I definitely hate to be possibly
Well, luckily enough, you have a platform that you can correct yourself
echoing
on.
back the wrong thing.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to be wrong when it makes the situation better. In this case, here's what we got. A half fix.
Yeah, so the most important thing to point out is that while the netcode for SF5 is technically a little better than it was before, it's still shit ass compared to the fan patch, which is now disabled.
And effectively, the you had one job.
Yeah?
In this case, literally copying homework.
Nope. So
literally copying homework would have been a better result.
One of two things happened. I'm gonna armchair fantasize about the development. So one of two things happened. Either they went, well, we didn't write that, but let's look at it and try and learn it ourselves, and we'll implement our own fix, which was ineffective in comparison. So it's not made here asshole mentality taken to the nth degree when you have a perfect solution.
It's not ours.
Or they did know what was going on and saw that fix and were willing to implement it, but for whatever reason, it could not be implemented as well on the PS4, and thus cross-play compatibility would suffer. I personally think it's the former, but I'm willing to admit that the latter is a possibility.
Not only is it a possibility, but further discussions going off of that thread I mentioned earlier basically break down the possibility that, like, okay, so they've expanded, the range here. They've allowed a couple of basic shitty errors that existed in the fucking launch version of this code. They've made it so that you can actually, again, if you already have a good code, a good connection, you're going to experience less fucking teleporty, one-sided rollback moments, right? It's
the rich get richer and the poor stay poor.
It's entirely possible that the full assessment of the situation also resulted in an outcome where they're like, to fix this properly, we got to start from the scratch.
And we don't have time or money to do that.
Absolutely not. This is the final version of the game.
Yeah. It's been the final version of the game for a while.
We're like, Championship is trying to send it off into the sunset.
Yeah.
So, you kind of look and go, this is the best we're going to get, right? And that coming on the final moment of a game's last release 4 years from its launch is extremely underwhelming and continues to be an embarrassment, which is the term I used, because it is that, harsh though it may be, it's the truth. And it's a flagship title. This is Street fucking Fighter. It sucks to hear that making the right decision to go with rollback, but having no transparency or I guess just
didn't fall through.
Follow through?
Yeah.
Makes it retroactively look like a bad decision to go with rollback.
Oh yeah, because they're like, oh, look at all these problems, no one's happy.
Even though delay, and even though it's objectively better than delay based.
Let's see if Street Fighter 6 goes back to delay based netcode. Let's fucking see.
I was about to say never.
Could you fucking
and then I choked it back because I want to say never, because it feels as if everyone and their dog is now even casually aware of the differences between rollback and delay based, and everyone and their dog is like, we want rollback because, especially with Guilty Gear Strive, it's a loud and clear feeling. However, I live in a world that is a bubble dome, a fucking fishbowl of these feelings. I can't accurately assess what's happening outside the fishbowl.
This rollback world speaks exclusively in English and French and German and Brazilian Portuguese, and not in Japanese.
Not in Japanese. So I can't see what's happening outside the fishbowl. And I'm always trying to be hyper aware of the fact that like just because I'm surrounded by this mentality doesn't mean it's universal. It could just be that the people that I know and interact with on a regular basis have this sentiment.
I had a friend of mine, because DBZ is changing up a lot of stuff for their 3rd season, and I was like, they improved the netcode, and he's like, actually, there's an interview in which they talk about they are going to try and improve DBZ's netcode, but it's a non-committal, we're looking into it statement.
Mm-hmm.
But all I can think about is, oh, come on, man. That would be real good, dude.
Mm-hmm. You added in assist types. They needed to be there from the jump. You brought them in. You added in Kaflaye. You got a couple of other balance adjustments going on and things are happening. That's cool. If we can get some of that in there, and if we can also make the Super Dash startup a little bit slower, especially for online, just a little bit, I think we'd be cooking with gas. But I think it's the next generation. You know, I don't think it's this one. This is the one where it's now at a fever pitch. People have been slowly learning about it because GGPO was being yelled about in 2008.
Yes.
Because it worked immediately. And anyone who plays a lot of fighting games that loves...
I felt it instantly. The first time I played it, I was like, oh
instantly,
my god, this is night and day.
Right? And you were used to fucking... Kylera clients?
Yeah.
Right? Anyone who came from the days of Kylera clients, or Kyera, however you pronounce it, knows that the moment you touch something that feels good with Good Game Peace Out back in 2008, it works right away. And then the game changed for you forever. So you started talking about that. But the idea of it spreading to the major releases, you're like, I hope it does, but fuck.
Yeah.
It feels like it would never get there, right? Well, it took 12 years, but finally it's been shouted loud enough. And, you know, I think the fact that, like, it's shouted out on things like this podcast, for example, helps, like, boosts signal.
Nothing is going to help like that Riot game coming out.
Yeah, that might do it too.
That's going to do it or not.
But it's how overtly are they going to tell people, by the way, this uses a good netcode that you don't usually see in other games.
People will feel it because it'll be free.
Yeah, I guess so. But anyway, everyone gets it, right? I don't want to fucking belabor the point here because I can feel the checkout. But whatever. We're having this discussion again, and it's the same as it always was.
Wouldn't it be nice to never have this discussion again?
Yes, it would be, and I apologize if you've mentally checked out because you're tired of hearing us talk about this. But the end of the story is simple. The Street Fighter V final patch is a half fix, and I said like once the take cooled off, I posted a thread that effectively just says, look, it's a half fix. It's good that the official tweet implies they're going to continue working on it, but it's embarrassing that people are now distrustful of the official word largely due to issues like this. And please, 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 please never forget about the rootkit.
Wouldn't this have been a good thing to start working on back in the beta 4 years ago?
Yes, it would have. Hindsight's 2020.
I don't think this is hindsight. I think this was foresight back then.
Hindsight is rootkit out of 20.
Oh.
So I capped that off with the idea that it took a fan patch, a floodgate of complaints, and 4 years to get an inferior version of that adjustment.
Great, super, awesome.
And lastly, which is, a big point that, some of those who were, upset at me were pointing out. They're like, have you touched this? And I played, and I did a sesh of it, got some games in.
Yeah.
Got about an hour and a bit of matches, and I, on my end, noticed no improvements. I noticed the exact same match types.
Well.
I noticed that I had the same thing I had from the get-go, which is pretty normal matches, except stuttering at least once per every 2 rounds, let's say, or once per round in some cases. But it was every game.
Yep.
And I noticed the desync.
And then the occasional nightmare.
There's minimum one desync every single match I played, and that's exactly what it was when it launched.
Great.
So I saw no improvement personally.
Super.
That's the Street Fighter V story, and that's about that.
Hopefully it's the last Street Fighter V story we ever talk about.
Hey, Seth is cool.
Seth is cool. You think the titties are metal or like soft metal?
I think they have jiggle physics.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Hard metal titties is just sad.
Yeah. Or rather, now with bouncy boob technology.
Ah, there it is.
Have you seen that sticker?
Yeah.
There you go.
New funky mode. What's the funky mode, bouncy boobies?
Bouncy boob technology. So that's what's happening. In the meantime, there's
more like in the meme time. Am I right? Hey, everybody. Hey, that boy.
A couple different places we can go with this. We can talk about, well, we can talk about the other things happening fighting game wise or Smash wise. There was an interview with Sakurai, and Sakurai had a couple of things to say.
What did he say?
Essentially, it looks like Fighter Pass Volume 2 is going to be the end of Smash Bros. Ultimate.
That seems completely unshocking.
Thank God.
People that thought there was going to be a third Fighter Pass are kind of insane.
So let's see. Dear God, this campaign is making it really hard to read Gematsu at the moment. It's fucking turning the screen. It's black text on a red background, and it's terrible.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Jesus.
It's not great. All right, here we go. Some choice quotes from Sakurai include, "We've announced that we would make another 6 characters, but the 6 characters themselves are decided, and there are no plans to make any more beyond that. Basically, after we release the 6 characters, the work on Smash Bros. Ultimate will finally come to an end.
I can die.
I'm not the one who decides which characters will participate. My position is to take up the proposals from Nintendo. I'm always consulted, so if I'm not convinced the character will work, I can turn it down, but we will never cancel a character for lack of ideas. I can't work on anything else while I'm working on this. Basically, any future of a new game directed by me is gradually disappearing, and personally, I'm fine with that. I've never worked with a personal desire to create a new title or direct. Basically, I work to make other people happy."
That's kind of sad.
Well, that's how he feels.
Oh.
He feels like he's. It's a very engineering mindset. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like he doesn't see himself as a creative. He sees himself as a functional director. He sees himself.
I just want to make everybody happy.
And he's like, well, that's my job. I'm putting on my hard hat. I'm getting my wrenches, and I'm going to twist the bolt until everyone's happy with it, and then I go home with my lunch pail. You know, it's not it's the complete opposite of, you know, the creative
the genius
take on
Kojumbo.
it. The genius Kojumbo. It's not that. It is not that. I can't say definitively that there's no possibility that Smash Brothers series will continue after this. Both myself and those in charge at Nintendo haven't thought about the future at all. Releasing new content without holding back isn't ideal when it comes to making your game last longer. Letting them out in small doses prolongs the lifespan of the game. That's why adding these 6 characters is a luxury. So, that's basically the deal.
They should all come out at once.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I want it now.
I know. I don't even want it now. I just hope they all come out at once. Like 7 months from now. Just fuck it. They're all here.
Yeah. I think it's very, you know, like it's very straightforward with the way the statements are made, because it's like, of all the games in the entire industry to speculate on, Smash is by far the biggest speculation magnet we've ever had in the industry, which is why when he just says, look, there's no plans and that's it, we haven't talked about it. That's about as honest an answer as you can give.
Let me see my family, please.
Yeah, it's not like we will never talk about it, but it's simply, look, this is it. This is what we've talked about, and then it stops here unless other things come out, but this is the process, right? So anyone who's connecting strings on a tack board can chill. And also, he definitely puts out front that I am not the one who decides. Reemphasize.
That doesn't give me a lot of hope.
Want a guru?
Nah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Can you grab me one?
Yeah. I got so little sleep last night. I'm sorry, everybody.
I think I have enough.
Well, if you don't, I'll give you yours. Because they're yours.
No problem. So this is where we are. Whether or not Gino makes it into Smash is ultimately already decided by Nintendo.
Here you go, man.
Thank you. Is that the last one?
That is the last one, yeah.
Okay.
I made the mistake of trying to go to bed at 10:30 p.m. last night. This led to me waking up at 2:30 a.m. So what's that, everybody? Never go to bed early!
Yeah. I just play Teppen until I fall asleep. That's kind of where I'm at.
Never go to bed early. It's a trap.
I made it back to champion.
Congrats.
Feel good.
Didn't even know you dropped.
No, there's season resets.
Ah, well, fucking double congrats then.
Yeah. The Kuma fuckers need to know their place. So that's what's going on with Smash Brothers. Other things happening worthy of discussion. I can think of one that'll wake you right up right now.
What's that?
Well, it would seem that Atlus has a couple of things to say about the video recording guidelines.
Yeah, I got some things to say.
For Persona 5 Scramble,
Atlus.
The Phantom Strikers. I am looking forward to enjoying Persona 5 in the way that Hyrule Warriors was an interesting take on Zelda as a Muso. Persona 5 Muso sounds like a really cool, fun video game.
There was a clip that came out a few days ago of a million Jack Frosts running down the street, and everybody was going, hee-ho.
And you know what?
That made me really interested in the game.
I'll tell you this. It's also, like, appealing to think of a game where it's like, oh, all the cool and style of Persona stuff without a 200-hour commitment.
Wow.
Feels like something that might be good to show
That'd
off
be
to
cool. People might get into it.
People might get into it.
Do you have a list of statements?
I sure do.
Let's roll them off, shall we?
Well, here's what's important now, because as we do this in this tone, as content creators, we sound like assholes because we are, of course...
Oh, don't worry. We'll get to why we're being assholes afterwards, but I want people to hear the fucking list.
We are the most affected by this compared to the average person just playing the game for fun.
That's true. Thus, it feels personally directed towards us. And you'll see why shortly.
Here it comes down on high. 1. Uploading screenshots or videos of Persona 5 Scramble requires you to use the console's own capture and share functions.
I'm sorry, what? The thing that literally no one in this business does ever?
The share button and Xbox record that
Only.
are the only ways to capture footage.
What? Not my capture card and rig that I have bought and maintained solely for this purpose?
Not allowed.
Wow, that seems asinine and stupid as fuck, and seems to be a way to get around the fact that when you load up any story sequence in that game, it's going to tell you that sharing is disabled.
Because they can that's a feature that PlayStation 4, for example, has to make it so that you cannot share this moment.
So they'll be able to see, hey, any footage of any of this thing, go fuck yourself and die. Wow. All right, what's number 2?
Atlus will not allow screenshots or videos captured via personal capture cards.
Oh, so the follow-up to the earlier
Same
statement.
thing.
Got it.
Just in case you had a method
Totally redundant.
of recording gameplay, but also not using your own personal capture card. But here we are. Only upload videos to sites supported by the sharing features of the Switch and the PlayStation 4.
What about the Xbox?
Only upload videos to sites supported by the sharing features on Switch and PlayStation 4.
All right, so Xbox users, if you want to upload footage, you have to check to see if the PlayStation and Switch both support those websites.
Okay, can I stream to Mixer?
No.
But
Bitch.
is Mixer...
Bitch! No!
Is there a button for Mixer on my Switch?
This is literally Atlus being in Japan and not knowing how an Xbox works.
If you are showing event scenes or story...
Not on Xbox? Yeah, whatever.
If you are showing event scenes or story scenes, you must clearly mention that there are spoilers. Spoiler warning.
You mean the ones that aren't automatically disabled from showing?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
You gotta mention that there's
All right.
spoilers.
Let's ignore the fact that in a video review, for example, where you would show a 10-second clip of a boss fight or some shit, most of the time that'll go over people's heads without context. But if you have to put this is a spoiler, this is a very important story sequence, you've actually legitimately spoiled it for many humans.
What kind of stegosaurus is sitting behind a desk making these decisions?
The stegosaurus that would write down point number 4 or 5, I forget where we're at.
Footage or screenshots should also show copyright Atlus, copyright Sega, copyright Koei Tecmo Games, all rights reserved.
All right, so I want to throw down some shit. 1, the share feature does not include those.
No.
Which means, in order to adequately do this,
Yes.
you would have to share it to your YouTube channel,
Yes.
pull it down yourself,
Yes.
edit those copyright tags onto it,
Yes.
and then re-upload it unedited, save for that.
Yes.
Which might be against the rules because you didn't use the share feature to put that footage up.
Also, you're going to need to reinsert all that text that says at PlayStation Share now.
Oh, they do now.
Oh, it includes the copyrights?
Oh, it does that now.
I didn't know that.
Oh, I guess that's game per game.
Well, never mind.
All right, never mind.
Rescinded.
Only use the share function.
Copyright Atlus, copyright Sega, copyright Koei Tecmo Games.
Oh, good. Yay.
All rights reserved.
Good.
Do not use the gameplay footage for any other purposes other than showing gameplay.
What does that mean?
Don't make an AMV.
Don't make a review
Don't make content.
of any kind other than, hey.
Don't make a, hey, cool Joker video.
Yeah, don't.
Don't make memes.
Don't.
Don't make memes.
Don't. You make a meme.
How dare
God
you.
damn it.
You fucking, how dare you. Do not.
Meme desune.
No, that's a question.
Whatever.
Desune is a confirmation.
Nani? Yamero mimo des.
Yes. Meme ga arimasen.
There we go.
Meme janai, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, if you want to go that way with it. Do not only upload music or BGM data or use gameplay footage for the main purpose of listening to the music.
Addendum. Wooly. Can I buy that music?
No.
Can I stream that music?
No.
Is there any way to acquire that music legally?
Absolutely not.
Okay, great. Just wanted to check.
You could always rip it privately.
No. Don't do that.
Uploading gameplay to sites that require subscription services or payment to browse is counted as using gameplay for monetary purposes.
Okay.
If you have
A giant bomb that has a subscription and has...
Twitch sub on,
Yeah.
if you have YouTube Premium, whatever.
Whatever. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't make it exclusive.
Do not use gameplay footage to slander other people.
Not sure what that means. That's genuinely kind of confusing.
Don't talk shit about people while Joker's on screen.
All right, good. Thank you.
If Atlus requests you to remove the video, please remove the video. Videos that Atlus deems unacceptable will be deleted or taken off from viewing.
That's a threat.
Queries into this matter may or may not be answered by Atlus.
Why is that even there? That says literally nothing.
We don't have to answer you.
You didn't before. like that's a weird nothing statement.
If the streaming or uploading of gameplay leads to monetary loss, Atlus does not hold any responsibility, nor will they pay any monetary compensation.
That one is super baffling. That is so dinosaur. It's like, listen, if you stream the game and somehow you lose money from streaming it, you can't sue us for saying that it was our game's fault that you lost money.
For example, if they claim the video and are taking all the revenue on it that you would have gotten, then you can't sue them for that. Now, I mean,
Well, that's not loss of funds, though.
No, well,
that's lack of gaining funds. So I'm like, what fucking?
Well, not if it's disputed and held in escrow.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, what do you want me to tell you? I've seen videos of game delays, games getting delayed, and like DSP has said like, this is ruining my life because the game got delayed and I was supposed to stream it.
All right, Wooly. Well, I have a very blunt statement for you. And it's for everyone at home. Take this to heart. People say a lot of things. That's it. That's it.
Indeed. Players are not allowed to share anything about the game's endgame or anything afterwards.
You know what the best part about that one is? That one's not about footage.
Yeah, that's just spoilers.
That's just straight up person who plays Persona 5 Scramble. Atlus is telling you, you are not allowed to talk about the endgame.
So here's the feeling. Here's the
one.
So we look at now. You stand back, right? You do what my art history teacher used to do when he's like, the proper way to view a piece of art when you go to the museum is you look at it, you read the tag, and then you stand back.
Yeah.
And you put your hands out at your sides.
Yeah.
And you allow yourself. You put your hands out at your sides like palms open like this, and you allow yourself to take in the full breadth of the work.
Really feel the space.
Feel the work.
Yeah.
With its frame.
Yes.
Right? You have to lean back and feel the frame.
Give it to me.
Real.
Yeah.
You stand back and you look at the picture of all of these rules together.
And it's don't.
And here's what you see. You see someone who has a very pointed but albeit minor concern that people will get spoiled about what's going to happen,
and thus not buy the game.
Please don't spoil the cool things. People don't want to see spoilers of the cool things. You'll ruin sales if you do that, right? And then a very, very, very large slice of this pie says, fuck Let's Players!
Fuck streamers!
How dare you?
You motherfuckers are killing us out here!
Robbing the food from my children's mouths.
They're gonna starve!
You are taking the food out of their mouths.
Little Haru and Mizuki are gonna die because of you bitches!
Now, I understand some of you, the folks that are new to the situation, might think, but hold on a moment. Aren't you exploiting someone else's work and using it to
make
for
a
monetary
money
gain in a very straightforward and simple way? Yes.
Yeah!
Here's the fun thing. The amount of sales a game makes after people check it out on any given stream or Let's Play is always a boost.
Always a boost. Always. Even for bad games.
It is literally a signal boost for the thing. It promotes the thing. Yes, are there people that use this as a replacement experience?
Totally. You know what those are called? People without the means to purchase them.
You know what they're also called? The minority.
Yes.
You know what the majority is?
People who check things out. The de facto rental replacement has been, I will look at a friend playing it, I will check out a streamer, I will check out a YouTube video for like an hour's worth of uncut footage and see if the game is good. That has replaced video rentals.
Hey, I heard about this really cool franchise. I think it's called Ryuga Gotoku.
Yeah.
Shame it never
the copies are really rare. I'm not sure how you could get a hold of it. I heard it was good, maybe, but I don't know anyone who's played it.
What's up with this?
Oh, there's these jackasses from this shit tier YouTube site. They're playing it. They think it's cool. Oh, wow, it's really cool. Cue the Amazon explosion of sales. Cue many people pushing it. Hey, look. All the games have now been translated into English. Check that out. Isn't that cool? So when this broke, my official stance on this for Atlus...
Hold on a second. I just want to let everybody in the podcast listening to the podcast right now know that Metal Wolf Chaos XD is now available.
That's right.
It was released on the 6th of August 2019. From Software, Devolver Digital, General Arcade Inc. Very positive reviews on Steam. You can purchase a copy right now.
You could.
For, what, $28.99 Canadian?
That sounds great. That's probably $25 American, right?
Probably. If you felt like buying a copy of Metal Wolf Chaos XD, it's a pretty cool game. I think you might want to consider it. Just putting out a little spot, little ad for that game.
I wanna also point out that I'm pretty sure that the final rule in that thing is a violation of my civil rights.
Okay, well, hold on a minute. Let's back it down. What's going on here?
You can't tell me what to not talk about, Atlus. You can go fuck off to hell.
Thought you were going to say you can't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
And I was going to get full-on flashbacks to Tool Time.
Yeah.
It's that episode where older kid says to Tim, "You can't tell me what to do," and then it's a crisis of parenting.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
I want to move on to a slightly different statement from Atlus.
Okay.
Which is not technically about Persona 5 Scramble.
AOA or AOJ?
AOJ.
AOJ. Talk to me.
Says, hey, Persona fans. If you really want Persona 5 or Persona 5 Royale on the Switch, you make your voices heard through social media. Now, let's ignore the fact that this has been an ongoing thing literally forever, including people going, God damn it, can we please get any of your games on modern platforms, including the PC? And this has been a non-stop refrain literally for over a decade.
Hey, Persona Q2, Joker's on the Nintendo. He can be in Smash.
But on top of that, hey guys, use social media to push our games. It's not like we threaten you or anything.
Let him know. Let him know. Make it loud and clear that you want this game on the Switch using text only.
Text only.
Only text.
Only text.
Hashtag if you must, but it is discouraged.
Preferably.
Let's not get too crazy with those URLs.
Preferably on 2chan. Okay? I know you Westerners like your Twitters and your ICQ and AIM and shit.
Text only. Hashtag if you must. URLs also discouraged.
It's...
No memes.
No, definitely no fucking memes. Definitely not video memes.
And motherfucker, I see you trying to make ASCII art. I see you trying to make that ASCII art of the screenshot. ASCII art.
It's legitimately unbelievable. So I would like to put it into a grander context. I spoke about this on stream.
Oh, let's step even further back and hold the hands out.
There is a grander context here.
Take in the artwork.
That I legitimately cannot believe.
Yes.
Atlus, I believe it's Atlus US, in the lead up to the Persona 5 Royal release date, which, by the way, also still has a wealth of do not videotape this shit,
of course,
past a certain date, which is basically all the new content in Royale.
Certainly.
Hired a PR/influencer management company to help promote the game. I believe they recently showed it off at one of the PAXs. I forget what event was. an event that and I think you as well, might have been invited to, said, hey, man, come down to L.A., you can record like an hour of footage of Persona 5 Royale to take back to your YouTube channel and make a promo thing for Persona 5 Royale.
I forgot.
Yeah, you did get invited. We're both in the same thread.
Yeah.
And you said you were busy, and I was like, I was a little blunter. I was like, no, thank you. I'm a little busy. I stream, I don't want to go all the way out to LA. And then in a different conversation outside the thread that you're in, I was fairly blunt. I'm like, listen, man, I don't want you to send me the Persona 5 Royale merch. I don't care. Now, this is a third party. This is not Atlus. So they're just trying to get their hustle on, right? I just want you to tell me if I can stream Persona 5 Royale. That is literally all I want to know.
Yeah.
And they said, I'll get back to you. And they never got back to me.
For sure.
The astonishing fucking uncohesive holes here of please promote our game via your social media and YouTube and Twitch powers. But only when we ask you to, and only in the way that we want you to. And we'll actually facilitate that dramatically, but nothing else. And if you do anything else, we will threaten your video's channel and livelihood, is what led to my fairly blunt, you can go fuck yourself to hell, Atlus statement. And on top of this, as a content creator and or streamer, whichever you prefer, I now look at Persona 5 Royale and Persona 5 Scramble and go, am I even gonna pick up these games that I can't work on at all? I have FF7 and fucking Resident Evil coming out right now. Why the fuck should I give the time of day to this shit that is spitting on me and my choice of profession? Why would I give them a thumbs up and give them promotion?
Well, if you intended to treat it as
and Doom, also and Doom and Animal Crossing
and Cyberpunk and
Cyberpunk's later.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you intended to treat it as a simple private consumer and consume it privately,
there's only so much time for games that I only privately consume.
This becomes the unfortunate nature of the beast. The unfortunate nature of the beast is that private time becomes public time.
Yeah. It's only so many hours a day. Why would I pick up games that I can't stream at all? Even once. Even a one-night Tuesday stream.
But more telling, I think, is that one must hope that internally there are those who fight the dinosaur.
Yeah, and those people live over in Atlus NA or Atlus US, whichever it's called. I always forget.
But the Stegosaurus way atop the Japanese office, if that's where this comes from, which
it is.
It's where it's coming from.
I can tell you right now that is absolutely where it comes from with certainty.
Yeah. There's there's a thing that happens where we talk about the out of touchness, like we just did with Street Fighter V.
Yes.
This isn't
out of touch. This is the refusal.
This is stratosphere.
Yeah.
This is re-entry.
Yeah.
You're not on this planet anymore because
I refuse to come down.
And I refuse to because literally the facts are that you are anti-promotion of your game, which, okay, I guess.
So what do we end up with? We end up with the feeling with the average consumer that is the same way when you want to go say, hey, Wooly, you want to check out the new movie? There's no reviews. It's already out, and there's no reviews. I guess they didn't do any advanced screenings.
Anyone talking about this? What's going on?
No.
But here's the thing,
Must be trash, huh?
But here's the thing, though. It's Persona 5.
Yeah.
It gets that clout. no matter what.
Yeah, well,
But
hey, let's protect spoilers on a game that's been out for months, by the way.
yeah, it gets the clout no matter what because it's huge. It's a giant beloved property and franchise. We just have to deal with these insane dinosaur rules, and okay. So the Stegosaurus says you're not allowed to. Basically, it says don't play the game. Don't show the game. Just don't do it.
Don't.
So then we don't. That's it. And then you pick something else, whatever.
Okay, I won't.
And then people will do what they do, and we'll see the results of it.
It's extra crazy considering Atlus is underneath Sega now, and like Yakuza in all English, actually Yakuza in all non-Japanese speaking territories was explicitly resurrected by people pushing those games. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm responsible for bringing Yakuza to the West, but I know I did a little bit. Yeah, I pushed it a little bit.
And here's the problem is, again, remember what I talked about where I said, like, put yourself in those ridiculous clown shoes and see what they see. You put yourself in the ridiculous clown shoes, and then you hear the, like, I can already, picture the entitled Let's Playing assholes are mad they can't cash in on whatever game. You know what I mean? Like, or what?
Hey, guess what? Like, that's a sarcastic over-exaggeration, which is completely accurate, but isn't the point. Of course, entitled Let's Play streamer assholes are mad they can't make money off of this. It's our job! It's the way the rent gets paid, man!
But
are you fucking stupid?
But the nature of how you decide to stand on a soapbox, I suppose, is what people will judge you on. And at the end of the day, it's fine. Yeah. You can do what you want.
Yeah.
But on the level, of course, there's no point to just screaming till you're blue in the face about it. So that's certainly not what I'm interested in doing. But I definitely, on a podcast where we talk about game news, I'm willing to point out that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because it's anti-sales.
Yeah, and here's the follow-up.
It's literally against what would help your game.
Here's the follow-up to, of course, dumbass, it's how the rent gets paid. You know what else? There are other games coming out that I can pay my mortgage with. So it's not actually about this specific game is stealing my money. No, it's like, hey, I wanted to cover this. That coverage is now either explicitly banned or monetarily pointless. Therefore, I will cover something the fuck else.
Fuck you, you stupid game. Who would go out with an ugly hoe like you anyway? Reddit /
guy who's not allowed to stream.
Nice Let's Players, nice LPers.
Boy, I hope everyone's looking forward to my Animal Crossing and Doom Eternal streams. Games I was honestly going to stream over this one anyway, but still.
Yeah. It really is. It really is surprising to me, at the very least. I know that you're like, no, I know. But I thought that, like, P5 and the reaction afterwards.
Oh, you're fucking crazy. You're insane. You're going to say that, they would have opened up their eyes and they would have seen that it.
Well, didn't the second thing that came out where they said, okay, you can now go up to Christmas?
Yeah.
Didn't that sound a bit like they were like, or maybe it was in my head.
No,
maybe it was just in my head.
It was the exact same thing. They just moved the date up a little bit.
Okay.
Because, the game's a little older now.
Yeah, I'm dumb.
That was a naive hope. You were wrong to have hoped.
I thought for a second, that, like, that would have not been, that mistake would not be repeated because it's such a glaring and obvious
mistake. Not only
mistake.
has it been repeated, it's been repeated for the third time now.
When did it start?
P5, then P5 adjustment, which was just a slight date change.
And then Catherine.
Then 5 times now. Then Catherine, then P5 Scramble, then P5 Royale. Sorry, then P5 Royale, then P5 Scramble.
What about Q? Anyone talking about Q?
Nope.
Oh, wow.
You know why? Because there's no good way to capture that. So they didn't bother.
Camcorder and a fucking...
Yeah, but that's so niche that they probably didn't even consider it.
Camcorder and an iPhone, bro.
Yeah.
That's where we all start. Yeah.
You know what Atlus hates? Memes. You know what you all need to do? Meme it up. I call upon the listeners of this here podcast to meme the shit out of Atlus's dumb bullshit. Are you bad at memes? So much the better. Meme it up, fellow gamers.
Yeah, okay. I'm not trying to wield any fucking crowd into any sort of crowd audience.
It's super good.
You can fucking Fantasia all you want.
Hey, Wooly, did you ever see that late night that I just post, I'm bored, send memes?
Yeah, sure.
Ooh!
Send memes versus launch memes in the meme canon. Put them in the mortar. It's a big difference.
Hey, listen. Memes are good for you.
Well, I thought the answer to you know what they hate would have been money.
Yeah.
But who knows?
And before we leave this topic...
You know what they love?
What's that?
Leafy greens.
They do.
Stegosaurus need them to survive.
It's true. I would like to point out the fact that this is so ridiculous and outrageous is due in part due to the hilarious, laughable, unbelievable, almost parody-like what's the word? Contrarian nature of the themes of Persona 5 being fuck the man, fight the power, steal shit, and all of this stuff. Steal to help better society, says Persona 5, as Atlus screams at you
Maybe.
for telling people about the game in the first place.
Maybe.
I have never seen a more wide disconnect between the creatives and the corporate in terms of intent. It's fucking hilarious. Joker would fucking stream Persona 5 without permission. That's the kind of guy Joker is.
Now, I don't know too much. I don't know anything about anything, so you know, my impressions about what a Persona game might or might not be about might be mistaken.
That's true.
However,
I
can say that I do feel that it's possible that the Stegosaurus on top of Atlus Tower might have a palace.
It's possible. And
that palace might need to be infiltrated so we can take its heart.
That's quite possible.
Gotta steal the treasure.
It's a laptop with a YouTube tab open.
Unsubscribed. It's not a game.
Just I'm not a robot AI challenging you. I can't remember the rest of the lyrics.
It's in your face and I'm here to see it through.
Yeah, I need to get the lyrics so I can actually...
Right before your eyes. Watch us multiply. Just fucking this Stegosaurus inside of a big like fucking like Atlus logo converted into a desk with like limbs and yeah, and it has an attack where like it blinds the screen and makes it a text only.
Oh man, that's
text only adventure.
That's great.
Text only.
That's legitimately great.
And then you do enough damage, and then you get back to the real visuals. Demonetized.
Oh my god, they hit you with demonetized.
Demonetized.
And your money turns to zero, and you only get it back.
No more cash.
After the end of the fight.
Yep. Better not lose. Better not die.
Oh, that's so good.
Telling you, bro. It writes itself. Yeah.
Do you remember Nintendo and Nintendo's YouTube program?
Yeah, they had something they tried to whip out.
And they were like, Nintendo games only through Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember when they killed that and completely gave up?
I just never heard of it again.
Do you remember when Sega, Ubisoft, Rockstar, all the big companies were like, you stop that shit. And it was during our YouTube tenure in which we were like, uh-oh, is this the content ID apocalypse that one January many years ago? Where everybody got hit by a fucking million claims? And then that just kind of stopped. it's almost like almost every video game company tried to kill Let's Plays and streaming, going, they're taking sales, only to be called out on their bullshit and see sales go down when they did that. And then quit and just give up.
If I can take a third step back from the painting.
That's right.
To see even further.
Even bigger.
Even further. Which, you know, when the frame is trying to capture something in orbit, you need a really big frame.
The world.
Remember that time that company tried to stop information on the internet from spreading?
Yes, Miss Streisand.
Do you remember how well that worked out?
I do.
And how did it work out when that company tried to stop that information?
It went great.
Oh, okay. Oops, wait, no.
Ain't nobody knows nothing. Thumbs up.
The MP3. Miss Streisand.
Remember when Lars was like, hey man, don't copy that floppy? And I responded with, go to hell, Lars. Oops, I accidentally downloaded Resident Evil sound files assorted into pornography instead of your new song, but that's still pretty funny.
The MP3, Barbara Streisand, and Elizabeth Porn.
Also, the governments of the world in general.
What do we have in common?
Shut up! Shut up! Don't! Shut up! Stop that! Stop it! Oh no! Edward Snowden's Elizabeth Porn MP3s.
Oh God!
Oh God! Damn it! Don't listen to that. He's got a dry voice. It's weird. This is traitorous, immoral pornography.
Julian Assange!
Sponsored by Lars Ulrich. A good drummer, but a total piece of shit.
That Stegosaurus hates Julian Assange.
Hates him. Get out of here, man.
Pamela Anderson going to pay him visits.
I swear to God, if this keeps up, motherfucker's gonna find out about the asteroid, and we can't have that.
Why is Pam Anderson paying him visits? Fuck that. Pay me visits. I'm a Stegosaurus, goddammit. We'll let him know. Fetch my typewriter.
I have a letter to write.
Change the ribbon.
Dear Daily Times, I do not want this letter reprinted, the letter to the editor, on your goddamn online website like some kind of churlish hoe.
Now hold on a moment. Does this letter require eyeballs to see it? Because the visual medium betrays us. Why not skip right to Braille? Why not throw out the entire idea of seeing things?
You know what this reminds me of?
And just get down to Braille.
It reminds me of fax your complaints to Nintendo.
What was that?
It was anything. Anytime Nintendo does the bad online, please fax your complaints to Nintendo. Because we know they have a fax machine.
Yep. Well, hey man, look, if you happen to be a fucking pirate out there, if you're a rogue,
you got your eye patch, your peg leg, and your parrot.
If you are a phantom thief,
that's correct.
You can do whatever you want. Just realize that Atlus might come down on you with the full brunt of their force when they deliver you that copyright strike or content ID by carrier pigeon.
It might take a bit, but it's coming.
I hope you have a stoop. Anyways. What else is going on?
I need to be able to, like, wouldn't it be great to be able to talk to a human about that? Because all the humans I've been able to talk to go,
maybe it's like
and that's the whole conversation.
Maybe it's like serving, when you serve somebody what's it called? Summons?
Mm-hmm.
If you shoot the pigeon before it lands on your stoop,
doesn't count.
Never got the message.
That's right.
Maybe the video stays up if you could shoot that bird in flight. Never got here. I don't know what happened.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. What are you talking about? Fuck off.
Just the fucking Atlus bird is pull. Anyways, so the other thing happening.
What a bunch of assholes.
Is we got some details on the XX.
Hey, Wolves, I'm going to tell you right now, I'll be real. I think this is the first time I've done this on the Castle Beast. I got about a half an hour left in me. I'm like sweating and falling asleep.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We'll do it. We'll do it. You know, if my calculations are correct, we're not going to hit 5 hours with that, so that's good. That's perfect.
All right, but tell me about the sex bone.
The Sex Box has an announcement of what you can expect from the next generation of gaming by Phil Spencer, head of Xbox, which shows you the big graphic with the box and the 12 teraflops and the variable rate shading and the hardware accelerator for DirectX ray tracing and smart delivery. Quick resume for multiple games, but smart delivery. What is smart delivery?
I have no idea.
Smart delivery, as described as yada yada yada. When you buy a version of a game, you get the version for whatever Xbox you're playing on. You purchase it once, and you get to use whatever updated or possible other versions exist when you have those things.
Cool.
So the hand-in-hand announcement with that was a Cyberpunk 2077 tweet, which says, gamers should never be forced to purchase the same game twice or pay for upgrades. Owners of Cyberpunk 2077 for the Xbox One will receive the Xbox Sex upgrade for free when available.
Great. Fantastic. They have moved from Xbox as a box to Xbox as a service. And now the box is literally just your PC.
Yeah, so
it's your Xbox account and your PC box.
So we're making the commitment to use smart delivery on all of our exclusive titles, including Halo Infinite, ensuring you only have to purchase one title once in order to play the best available version for whatever console you choose to play it on. It's available for all developers and publishers, and they can choose to use it for titles to release on Xbox One or the XX later. So versioning across purchases, one purchase, multiple versions is how they're going to do that. So yeah, there you go. That's a cool. In a world of backwards compatibility, it obviously kind of sometimes feels like it would mean less, because if it's like, oh well, that version was just available for download anyway, then blah. But if there is in fact a separate version that has differences or like a massive performance upgrade, then you definitely want to be able to grab that on either one. Would have been cool to be like, yo, I own the Wii version of of Twilight Princess. Let's check out what it's like on a GameCube controller.
That'd be really nice, wouldn't it?
So yeah, that's what's going on there. Then we got, there's a minor detail here, but it's a small thing. Final Fantasy VII Remake will seemingly be 100 gigabytes.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm unshocked.
As somebody who is... Oh, we don't have the photo anymore. Well, that sucks. As someone who is increasingly sensitive towards sizes of games as I delete and install new ones constantly on my PlayStation 4, as Let's Plays come and go. Holy fuck.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Is that a whopper?
That's a whopper.
I'm also sensitive to the fact that, like, as different, say, fighting games come and go, like, fucking Street Fighter, after all updates, was somewhere in the 45 to 50 range.
Yeah.
Meanwhile...
That's about right.
And then, like, Tekken and Mortal Kombat, just these big honka, big-ass gigas.
Oh, I've got games that are, like, 150 on my shit.
And then fucking Guilty Gear comes along, and it's like, 4 gigs.
Yeah, well.
Dragon Ball's like 7.
Textures, man.
You know?
It's all textures.
And, like, every ArcSys game is just, like, infinitely tiny compared to the others out there. Dragon Ball, Guilty Gear, blah, blah, blah. Like, all these games are just so much, and I'm just like, God, like, fuck.
It's all textures.
100 gigs.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I'm still, I didn't get a Pro. I'm still using my normal PlayStation 4.
Yeah, you're insane.
Up until space issues, it hasn't been an issue.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I appreciate good compression. Here's a fun random little thing going on, but hashtag Jet Set Sona is a little bit of a movement going down. If you
little art thing, right?
If you see people with their profile picture with a white X over a red version of the picture, like mine is on Twitter right now, for example, it's just to promote this campaign by Kanonaut and Too Mellow making some funky beats. But essentially, it's basically just like, hey, Sega, please make new Jet Set Radio. It is like a fan put together campaign push type thing where it's like hashtag Jet Set Sona. You can show off your Jet Set Radio OCs.
I'm sure the Persona team really appreciates this digital media push.
And it's pretty interesting timing because I've been seeing a lot of like Jet Set Radio like merch going up for sale on the Sega store. So like they're making shit that they know people want to buy here. But yeah, fun little video where they kind of like create an alt world where Rokaku is dead and there's the GGs aren't around anymore and there's some kind of new character designs and fun stuff. Just kind of like going like, here's our OC stuff, you know? Really cool presentation. Awesome ass track by Too Mellow, who is confidently rapping.
Yes.
Confidently rapping. He's doing his thing. And, ultimately it's just like, yo, Jet Set Radio needs to come back. So this is to help promote that. So I'm promoting this to promote that. If you would like to know more or just want to check out some cool Jet Set Radio fan shit, you can just go to hashtag Jet Set Sona on Twitter.
Just don't do memes. Atlus hates that.
This is Sega.
Yeah, you're right.
You see that fucking Mega64
banned
platinum
by Hideki Kamiya?
By Funny Games.
You guys should go check that out. It's a good video.
Good ass video. It's pretty straightforward. And they retweeted a vandal.espanol.com noticia for Hideki Kamiya showing up in a Mega64 video. They went to Japan recently, and they talked about all the stuff they did in like some of the podcasts and shit.
There's a really goofy bit in that video where they're in Sotenbori and they fucking run at some Japanese people and scare the shit out of them.
Yeah, so, creating a public nuisance in Japan these days as loud, boisterous Westerners, kind of depreciated, the milks might have been spoiled.
Yeah, that's true.
Milk might have been spoiled.
Man, Night Pandas was a shit, though. You remember Night Pandas?
No.
It's the Jackass bit.
Okay.
They dress up as pandas and start fucking trashing shit.
Okay. Well, in any case, yeah, it kind of like, it sucks to think that now there's just a little bit of like, but, God damn it, they did continue to do the things that we could never dream of, which is exert a Mega64 influence over the industry. And while I was able to stand outside the Shinumeda building and freak out at seeing the platinum sign, they got in there and they got Kamiya in a video.
I wonder if they touched his bald head.
I think they would have recorded it if they did.
I would want to.
And they got him to participate and they got him to commit to the bit. And while they didn't ask much of him, what they got him to do was pretty
great.
It's pretty funny. So do check out the fucking gods Mega64. Forever jealous of how funny these guys are. God damn it. They started it all. They started it. And at this point, I love the meta idea of like, haha, I'm dressed up in Bayonetta, and I'm dressed up as Wonder Red, and we're just doing our own stupid shit that we do.
Do whatever, man.
And they're making a mini dumb meta version of a video they really would have made like 20 years ago.
It's really goofy.
Just rolling around on the ground.
There's layers, man.
Yeah.
Just layers.
Good shit. It's good shit. So, appreciate that. Fun podcast, too.
Yeah.
The Mega64 podcast.
I've never listened to it. I don't listen to podcasts anymore.
It's a fun one.
They'll never be as good as our podcast.
Every once in a while,
we have the best podcast.
They have production. See, they have a soundboard, and they have like effects that kick in and out, like the car crash we talked about earlier.
Yeah, but do they have all of this?
Every time there's a piece of news pertaining to the Joker, they have a Joker alert. And it's just this Joker alert, whether it's Joaquin or Heath or whatever's going on with the damaged, Joker alerts. That's great. It's fucking solid. All right, last piece of news here. Tribe 9 is from 2Q Games. Basically,
what if Danganronpa had baseball?
You saw.
Yes.
Foxcade tweeted this out. Shout outs to Foxcade. Essentially, Tribe 9, it's a concept trailer for an idea where you're looking at a Danganronpa-ass future crazy cyber anime baseball situation. And it's rad as shit because some cool-ass character designs are showing up. And we got a cool pitcher with cool hair tossing a cool ball. And then someone on a motorcycle pulls out an engine-powered bat and fucking knocks that shit into the stratosphere. And then it turns this fastball turns into a missile. And then they get on their motorcycle and drive to the bases as the ball breaks through buildings to fly to whatever cool person has to catch it on the other end, who we get to see in the trailer. It's nuts. It's fucking crazy. And I don't know what genre of game. One would hope it would be as straightforward as a baseball game.
It's not going to be.
I know.
It's going to be baseball crime and solving mysteries.
Too much. It's too conceptually cool for it to ever actually just be a baseball game. But dear God, how much fun it would be. Because we were talking recently about how the crossover appeal needs to exist. And I'm just kind of like, I want there to be things that I otherwise wouldn't be interested in that are video gamed the fuck out.
I want a curling anime game.
Yes.
I want to know what the deal with curling is, and I want to be excited.
Me and a couple friends back in the day wrote a fucking curling manga pilot.
I never wanted to be a werewolf and fuck a rabbit person or a deer, but here I am.
But please bring me racing games that have nothing to do with racing simulation.
Yeah.
Bring me sports games that have nothing to do with sports. I hope, at the very minimum, while there's going to be dead bodies and discoveries to make, that there will be at least a mini game that allows me to play some insane Neo Tokyo baseball. And that's the news.
That's the news.
Couple of letters.
Hey, Wooly, let me ask you a question. Would you fuck Lewis, or would you let Lewis fuck you?
I need more.
I mean, if you want, there's a lot more.
Yeah. I need more information. One shot of a deer in a turtleneck is not enough information. Let's go with Josh over here. If you have an email, you can send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. And
I can do this now. I like this. Put my foot up.
That's what the chair could always do, right? You could always have done that. It's not new. It rotates, it leans back.
Oh.
It moves for comfort.
I thought you meant this was like a secret lazy boy.
No. Okay, well, anyway, Josh says, hey guys, I was thinking about the nature of favorite movies. I've consciously made a choice to watch Donnie Darko at least 23 different times, but I fell asleep at some point every single time I attempted to watch it.
That means that movie sucks.
I deserve whatever attention that got. So, my conundrum is, I've made the decision to watch Donnie Darko all those times, many more times than any other movie I've seen. Should that make it a contender for my favorite movie?
No.
Despite me never actually remaining conscious throughout the remainder of its
No, in fact,
runtime?
it's disqualified.
Thanks for the input. Sincerely, a fully functional Galaga cabinet with a suspiciously dick-shaped joystick.
That's remarkably specific.
Very.
Is it a penis?
Suspiciously.
That's a terrible question to ever have to ask.
I think...
Is that a penis?
Oh, that question. I thought...
Like, going about your daily life, right? You look over. Is that a penis?
So here's... the premise...
I want to ask that.
To quote... no, I don't either.
I want to either know or not.
Yeah. Definitively.
Yeah.
Yes. That's one of the few certainties in life that we need at all times.
I remember being a young man at the Olympic Stadium, getting changed to go to the pool or whatever, and those old guys that use the pool were there, and they were just hanging out with their fucking old man dicks out. I'm like, I hate this. I hate this a lot.
What if stand power to ask only that question and you always get a definitive yes, 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 or no, no, no?
Then I would live in a more concrete world.
Okay. Well, what the fuck?
I'm sorry, I just hate looking at old man's penises.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem, is that's where my brain was sitting.
See, you're seeing it now, and it's like wrinkled and droopy, and you're like, no, no,
Mm-hmm.
bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, I'm sure there's probably a song name out there that makes reference to old dicks that you can use as a stand name.
Yeah, okay.
Well, to answer the question, you said no. I'm going to challenge and say this, right? Like, you might be somebody that like this person might. We're not getting enough information because it's like you might have narcolepsy for all we know.
It's possible,
right? Also, is this my favorite movie? If you have to ask,
the answer's no.
That's super weird because it's like, okay, well, do you love it more than every other movie? If the answer is yes, then yeah, it's your favorite movie. If the answer is no, then it's not.
It's like if you're with somebody and you're like, do I love this person? Legit question. The answer is no, bitch. Love is true and powerful and fills your heart and soul.
I just, it's one of those things where if at no point in this did you say, I really, really love the movie. You just said you watched it a lot of times and fell asleep. You never qualified what you think of it.
Yeah.
So if you think very highly of the movie, in fact, higher than every other movie, but you happen to fall asleep during it, and you think that falling asleep disqualifies that, then no, this can be your favorite movie that you happen to fall asleep during. If you don't think very highly of it, but you've tried to watch it that many times in order to get through it without falling asleep, then the answer is no. But only you know that.
We don't really have a lot of useful information.
That's pretty much it. So there you go. Next, let's take a quick one over here. From Matt says, "Hey, dear Yaz, are there any remakes you don't think you'll ever touch? While I'm excited to play RE3 Make, I have no inclination to play RE2 Make just because of how awesome the first one was. I'd prefer to play other games in its place since its time is limited. Are there any remade games you don't think you'll ever touch, whether this year or never?"
If it's anything that I think is cool, I'll take a look. I don't see why not. I'm the kind of person that my curiosity would always get the better of me.
Yeah, I don't like to. Not only that, but like, if what you love exists, then it exists.
Yeah.
You're not going to, you're not going to ruin that with more data in that case. And like, I don't know. To me, it's like if it's a bad remake, then it's a bad remake, right? Persona 3 is fucking great. The answer is fucking terrible. I played both, and I can say the Persona 3 is great, and now I can tell people, oh, by the way, you don't need to worry about the answer.
Yeah, just don't worry about it. It's not even there.
If there's ever a remake of something I'm curious about, then like, yeah, I think that's, that's a premise that kind of implies that you're like, your original memory will get ruined, which don't let it ruin your memory. Like,
that game still exists, man.
It's still there. Yeah. Unless it's been removed from the store and you can no longer play it.
That's true. Then you'll have to find some other way to play it. By the way, off topic, for everybody who's sad about the Silent Hill HD re-releases being a pile of shit, you can go check out the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition, which patches up and dramatically improves the PC port of the game to be a real HD re-release. Now, you need the original version of Silent Hill 2 on the PC to play that, which you could get from eBay or otherwise you'll have to figure that out for yourself. But that's the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition. It's really good.
So Silent Hill 2 Reforged?
But good. But good.
So not Reforged.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there is a Reforged version.
There is. It was the pre-forged.
Pre-forged.
Because they were using an old version of the fucking game. Isn't that crazy?
Okay, we got one coming in here. Christopher says, Dear Wooly and the Gremlin.
Hey man, I'm Gremlin.
Big tabletop nerd, someone who actually likes Dragonlance. I become more powerful the more anyone remembers those books in the setting. Apparently, I'm one of the shocking few who's actually seen and liked Tasselhoff and the Kender. Found out years after reading the books that one of the RPG setting guides purposely advertises Kenders as being childlike tricksters that everyone loves and forgives in a blatant attempt to make them more appealing to potential players. Directly contradicts how they're treated in the actual stories, which are basically halflings who don't understand fear and are psychologically incapable of understanding the concept of personal property.
That's about right.
As well as glossing over them even lying about that fact, that most people in the setting actively hate them and sometimes even ban them from entire cities.
That's true.
As a result, a lot of people apparently played them as straight regular thieves, intentionally used them to destabilize someone's game, and the misleading advertisement meant that everyone thought they were supposed to be treated like lovable scamps instead of nuisances, which led to a lot of people seemingly actively hating them, ironically, or for the same reason the people in the setting do, which while not understanding they're meant to be treated like that in the first place.
It's kind of hilarious because in the Dragonlance books, people get fucking pissed all the time at Tasselhoff.
The characters in the world and the people playing the characters in real life both feel the same way.
Yeah, like I remember Flint would get fucking mad, super fucking pissed, like every couple of pages.
Kenders, yeah.
Be like, stop stealing my fucking shit, you little bastard.
But they're like a buddy cop movie.
Yeah.
But then like he might actually take his life.
Yeah, and then they kiss.
Potential fun and character dynamics of having a well-meaning trickster race that's disliked for obvious reasons was stymied by the writers trying way too hard to sell everyone on them and basically demanding that everyone in the game love them by default. So that would explain some of the hatred I didn't know existed.
Yeah.
Because I thought Tasselhoff was a, like, fun.
It's not from the
character.
Dragonlance community because that doesn't exist and isn't real. It's from the D&D community.
And again, we readdressed this when we talked about the halfling shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, the question for you two then is there any specific or interesting examples you can think of where a writer purposely advertised a character or a concept in a misleading way and then had it backfire when if they were just honest, people would have liked the idea?
Poochie with her striped stockings and fashionable hat in Persona 4 Golden. That'd be Marie. Look at this cool new character. Ain't she great? She's the best. Oh, she's the new final boss. Oh my god. Oh,
standing in front of Elizabeth, mind
F-Steak.
Like standing in front of Elizabeth, rocking that blue.
Yeah.
Just like, okay, well, can you just move to the side a little bit? But she got that hat though.
Also, somebody in chat pointed out correctly, Roman Reigns.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good one. Damn, I didn't have any of that.
Oh my god, I never really put it together. He's the big dog. You know who else was a big dog?
Mm-hmm.
Poochie.
Poochie's
the biggest dog in space.
Roman had to go back to his home planet.
Yeah. Was it him or Seth that got cancer?
Oh, it was Roman.
It was Roman? Congrats on beating your cancer, buddy.
Yeah.
That's legitimately amazing, and you still look fantastic.
Yeah. Also, the fact that everyone behind the scenes says he's super good to work with.
Yeah.
And, like, just a really...
It makes me feel fucking sad as shit, the way Vince pushed him.
Because then you go, the guy is awesome.
Yeah. It's a shame
he's a good worker.
Like this. Yeah.
You know what I mean? He fucking wrestles, but the push.
Yeah.
You know? Finding out way after the fact, it's like, what an interesting twist on that era of wrestling, you know? But yeah, I don't have a clear cut. That's Roman Reigns is the ultimate of that answer. The closest thing I can think of, and it's barely related, but there's definitely a part where when like Skullgirls first came out, there was a lot of misunderstanding as to like what the game sort of was, I think. And I think a lot of people just didn't even check it out that would have loved it if they gave it a shot.
I was one of those people.
You were one of those people.
And then Big Bang happened. And I was like, all right.
Then the Dog Star Press showed up.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Roman's definitely the top of the fucking list on that one. Okay. And let's take a last one here from Austin, who says, "Dear Willie and Pat, I'm not clever. I recently purchased Metro Redux bundle from Fanatical. Noticed that it was offering me the option to pay $2 additional and have 2 mystery game keys added to my purchase.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Being the idiot I am, I decided to accept the offer and went to check what the mystery games were. Turns out Leisure Suit Larry 6 and a game called Curse Eye of the Isis. I've never heard of. Immediately regretted the purchase and chose...
I don't know. Loading those up and fucking around with them is totally worth $2 to me.
If you are able to do so on a stream in front of people.
No, I grab random shit off Steam for $5 and just fuck with it.
Wow. Okay, because obviously the question goes, have we done this? And my answer is never.
Oh, all the time.
I never buy a mystery code. I have enough games.
I bought mystery games, dude. Like
I have enough mystery games. No, I have enough games that I know about that I want to play.
Yeah.
That are still overflowing my backlog.
I find a lot of value in like picking up some bullshit at random for like $2, $3, $4, $5 and being like, the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Because every now and then, like 1 out of 20 times, you're like, oh, sick. You know, like it's just legitimately crazy.
But if the answer's oh sick, wouldn't you already own it?
No, a lot of games don't get coverage or press or any notability at all.
I mean, okay, to be fair, if I did this and I got Leisure Suit Larry 6, I would have busted my ass laughing.
That's not all you would have busted.
Yeah, at how good that is. No, 6 didn't really...
I don't know, man. I don't remember each particular one.
No, I think 7 was Love for Sale.
I don't know. That's fucking...
Anyway.
What a fucking relic.
Yeah, but you know, I don't ultimately, like, that would have been a fucking hilarious one to roll the dice on. But personally, in my history, I've never bought a game as a mystery code and just like did it because, like I said, I already have a stack of shit I recognize that I don't have time for.
Yeah, man. Hey, man. If we don't do it, who will?
Yeah, man. I got into Leisure Suit Larry because I had the PC our first computer we ever bought. We had 3 pre-installed because the person who had the computer left a bunch of LucasArts point and clicks on it.
There you go.
So we had Leisure Suit Larry 3. We had Laura Bao. We had Police Quest and the indie games. So I got introduced through that. And then we're like, oh, this game features some not Christian values.
It does not. It very much does not.
And then Part 7 came out, and then it had a button called the boss button. It was the automatic minimize and opening of solitaire.
That's so good.
Where you're like, God damn, this is fucking...
Why are you playing solitaire, man? Oh, you're right. I'll get back to work.
Yep.
All right. Well, that's it for us this week. I hope you all tune in next week on Monday and or download it from your favorite podcast application. In addition to checking out Wooly over at twitch.tv/WoolyVersus and youtube.com/WoolyVersus. And me, Pat, over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
And you know what? Let's do something a little different right before we close this out.
What's that?
If you enjoy this podcast, tell a friend about it.
Tell a friend.
How about that? That's the first time I've ever asked anyone to do anything.
Why would you do that today? Is the podcast dying?
Last legs, bro.
Oh, man.
Well, you are, so technically...
I'm in that thing where my blood sugar.
If you're dying, then yeah. Actually, that's not a...
Oh, man, this would be a super good podcast. Just prop up an effigy of me. Get a soundboard ready. I believe in you.
We can super do that easily. There's a website. You feed it videos, and it creates the board.
Fantastic.
Good to know.
All right, see y'all next week, everybody.
Bye-bye.